tikrą, kad ir labai nedidelį, bet jubiliejų, sakykime, nedidelį, 30, kiek čia mes metų kartu? Kiek Indrė metų mes? 7. 30 būtų daugiau, bet 7 irgi labai gerai. Tai galbūt pradėkime nuo tokios trumpos, aš sakyčiau, gal techninės informacijos. Labai prašyčiau laikytis reglamento pranešėjų visų ir tiesiog galbūt pasistengit savo pagrindinės mintis, didžiasias kryptis išdėstyti, kažkaip bandydami susiformatuoti laiką. Tai temos labai įdomios, jų labai daug ir šių metų summit mes skirsime galbūt daugiausiai dėmesio, aišku, sprendimams. Tai aš labai tikiuosi tokių dalykiškų požiūrių į šiuolaikinį mados fenomeno raiškos galbūt šiuolaikinės formas. Viskas labai kinta, keičiasi pasaulis, keičiasi požiūriai, keičiasi vartojimo kultūra, tai jūs puikiausiai žinote visi. Ir žinoma visiems, kurie dirba mados industrijos lauke, tame formate, tai jiems reikia tikrai daug pasistengti ir prisitaikyti prie vykstančių pokyčių. Tai tiesiog galbūt šiandien kalbėsim ne tik apie tai, kodėl tvarumas svarbus, kodėl svarbu apie tai kalbėti, bet ir apie tai, kaip mes, būdami mokslininkais, tas, kas mokslo srity, edukatoriai, įgyvendiname naujausias, pažangiausias idėjas, sumanymus, kaip jie virsta tikrovę. Ir žinoma, kalbėsim apie pačias inovacijas, taip, kiek aš supratau iš pranešėjų temų pavadinimų. Žinoma, kūrybingumas, pats svarbiausias, pamatinis veiksnys, kuris čia dominuoja, nes be žmogaus, nežiūrint į tikrai besivystantį dirbtinį intelektą ir jau beveik žmogiškam protui nesuvokiamą pažangą, kartais net negali, atrodo, savo laiku nebūtumėm ir susapnavę prieš 10 metų dabar, ką matom ir kas vyksta. Bet apie tai, žinoma, reikia kalbėti turbūt vis tiek turint omeny, kad visko pradžia yra žmogus. Taip? Emocijos, koks bebūtų tas intelektas, jisai tikrai neapdovanotas jausmais, gebėjimu gerėtis, grožėtis. Tai, kas mums labai svarbu, nes iš tiesų mados industrijos sritis visai galėtumėm čia žiūrėti įvairiais, iš įvairių perspektyvų vertinti, bet jis yra labai, labai platus laukas tų perspektyvų, labai gali būti įvairių ir kuo įdomesnių mes atrandame požiūrių, savitumo, tuo, žinoma, tuo labiau praturtinam ir tą patį dirbtinį intelektą, aš taip manau. Nes tas algoritmas, kuris yra sukurtas, jisai, žinoma, pasisavina visą informaciją, kuri talpinama debesyse ir interneto lauke, bet be abejo, kad be žmogaus nieko nebūtų. Na ir žinoma, dar vienas labai svarbus galbūt segmentas, tai yra bendradarbiavimas, kada iš tiesų mes visi suprantam vieni kitus, vieni kitiem padedam, prisidedam prie sumanimų, prie programų rengimo, jeigu kalbam apie edukaciją. Tai, žinoma, labai, vėlgi aš sakyčiau, pasikartosiu žodžiu, praturtina žiniomis tuos, kurie tikrai yra jautrus tai sryčiai, kurie, galbūt aš taip labai supaprastintai pasakysiu, mėgsta madą arba teisingai supranta mados fenomeno raišką. Taip? Todėl, kad visų pirma, mada tai yra fenomenas, taip, socialinis fenomenas. Tai galbūt grįžtant prie mūsų veiklos šiandien, prie konferencijos, tai mes tikriausiai suprantam, kad čia mes sujungiame keletą disciplinų, ne vieną ir net ne dvi ir ne tris. Nu ir žinoma, tekstilė, kas čia dar mokslas, biodizainas, žiedinė ekonomika ypač taip akcentuotumėm. Ir šiandien aš tą progą norėjau dar pasakyti, kad iš vienos pusės galbūt mes taip paprastai tarsi suprantam, kas tai yra žiedinė ekonomika, taip, bet jeigu taip jau pasigilintumėm giliau, tai gali būti tiesiog madinga tarsi būti, laikytis tvaraus požiūrio, taip, propaguoti tvarią madą, bet pats gali būti ir nemadingas, saviraiškus. Tai man atrodo, kad tas saviraiškos momentas, savivertės, toks, sakyčiau, galbūt katalizatorius, taip, kad štai, kad aš gražiai atrodau, ypač merginos, taip, jau čia gamtos dalykai, tada aš geriau jaučiuosi, pasitikiu labiau savim, jūs tą puikiai žinote. Bet kartais iš tiesų, siekiant įgyvendinti tos savo sumanimus apie galbūt savikūros sritį kalbant, savivokos, kas aš dabar labai madinga, taip irgi madinga kalbėti apie tai, bet ar tikrai visi mes rūpinamės savimi, taip? Ir kaip reikėtų rūpintis, vienas iš tokių, gal sakyčiau, tokių labai agresyvių veiksnių, kurie daro didžiulį poveikį mūsų sąmonėje, tai yra amžius, mūsų amžius. Atrodo, kad štai, nu ir ką, jaunystė čia, bet štai ateina laikas ir labai greitai, patikėkit manim, kada jau imi galvot, palaukit, o tai kaip čia toliau bus, kas čia toliau bus su manim. Taip, mes visi truputėlį egoistai, tai tikrai tą reikia turėti omeny. Na, šiandien taip pat galbūt galėtume konstatuoti, kad mes būtent kalbėdami apie įvairias mados lauko sritis, beje, čia irgi madingas žodis dabar, laukas, taip, sakykime taip, kalbėdami apie madą, turėtume dar truputį įsivertinti terminiją. Aš tą labai irgi norėčiau pabrėžti. Nes tai, kas yra angliškai fashion, versti tiesmukiškai į lietuvių kalbą mada, pasigilinkit, kas ieškosit naujų temų, yra didelė problema. Aš sakau didelė problema, todėl kad mada, mes daugiau turėtumėm kalbėti apie išvaizdos kultūrą ir mados fenomeno raišką išvaizdos kultūros lauke arba formate, jeigu norite. Taip? Todėl, kad tas vertimas jis tikrai kartais klaidina ir atrodo, kad viskas tvarkoj tarsi, bet taip nėra. Ypač jeigu naudojatės dirbtiniu intelektu, aš irgi siūlau redaguojant tekstą, o tai yra būtina ir studentams siūlau redaguoti, be abejo, privalu. Nepasitikėti 100% tais tekstais, kurie ten pasirodo ekrane jums pateikus klausimą, uždavus tą klausimą, bet čia reikėtų irgi pasigilinti visgi į korektūrą, į stilistiką ir, žinoma, reikšmę pačių žodžių. Taip reikėtų tikrai daugiau skirti tam dėmesio. Nu, vėlgi, turint omeny, kad mes kalbam apie tvarę, šiandien apie jau žiedinę madą, apie tą ciklą, taip, tai čia reikėtų turėti omeny, kad tai ne tik audiniai, be abejo, tai yra požiūris. O požiūris yra visą laiką susijęs su emocijom, išsilavinimu, ypač išsilavinimu aš akcentuočiau, ir galbūt net ir patirtim, nes laikui bėgant mes įgyjam patirties, tai tie, kas jau įgyjo, ypač vyresnė karta, dėstytojai, tyrinėtojai, jie turėtų tą patirtį gebėti, ir aš nebejoju, kad taip ir yra, perteikti jaunesniai kartai. Man visą laiką irgi pačiam atrodydavo, ai, čia kalba nesąmonės, čia viskas ateity, jaunystė, gražu, studijų metai, bet jie labai greitai prabėga. Ir tada jau kyla daug klausimų ir galbūt net ir pateisinimų, kad štai iš tiesų sakė tiesą. Ir aš neįsigilinau neįsiklausiau į tą tiesą ir labai gaila. Tai bendradarbiavimas visų pirma kuria turbūt pokyčius. Taip, kada mes bendradarbiaujam, mes suprantam, kad štai vienų patirtis keliauja į mūsų supratimo sritį, taip, į kitų patirtis galbūt vienokia, kitokia, bet ir mūsų patirtis kažkam yra labai naudinga. Tai dalintis tą informaciją, tom sukauptom žiniom irgi, aš sakyčiau, čia vienas iš tokių svarbesnių veiksnių. Na tai šiandien, aišku, mes turėsim svečių iš skirtingų šalių, kaip aš suprantu, iš Lietuvos, tai čia jau savaime suprantama, bet ir iš Italijos turim, matau, svečius, ir Prancūzijos, JAV, ir Belgijos. Taigi, žinoma, patirtys skirtingos ir požiūriai tikriausiai mums padės atrasti kokių nors labai įdomių naujų sprendinių, kaip architektai sako, toks žodis sprendiniai. Ne sprendimai, o sprendiniai. So I would like to address our participants who speak English and probably French, as I understood a little bit. Vous parlez français? On peut. Ah bon. Alors, on continue en anglais. OK. I just was talking about a circular fashion. And we have some shortly just to mention. First of all, welcome to our event. Great, nice to see you, and I hope we shall enjoy also your presentations, and we shall share our experiences. As always, I know some of you are not for the first time, so once again, thank you very much for not forgetting us. Taking your precious time and taking part in this event, as I said. So we shall touch a lot of various matters. Mostly, I think people here present, they speak English, and they will understand what you are saying. If not, we shall try to somehow to resolve the problems if they will arrive. But in general, of course, this summit is dedicated to some solutions, as always conferences are therefore. It's a aim of the conference, of course, to share our experiences. And of course, they are very, very valuable for every participant, because after the conferences, they will be spread all over the classes, everywhere in Lithuania and probably abroad a little bit, or not so modestly saying, quite a lot we are traveling actually in foreign countries, in Erasmus programs taking part, I think so. So that's very important. And our program brings different disciplines. So we shall see. It's a really very wide palette and very, very interesting. I will try to present everybody before the presentation. And my request would be, very kind request, to follow your time of the presentation. Not to extend it, because still I'm standing not 10 minutes previewed, but much more longer. It's a pleasure to see you, being on the stage. So, and let's discuss about the future fashion, about circular fashion, actually sustainable. Yeah, we say this way. But as I mentioned in Lithuanian, sustainable fashion and circular fashion are subjects for the fashion itself. You can be fashionable following these tendencies, these trends, but on the other way, yourself, you could ignore fashion and to be more, how would I say that in English, self-expressed, self-created, ignoring fashion, and of course stylish. By the way, you should as well make an accent for everybody. I will say that later in Lithuania, that you can be, of course you know that, stylish and fashionable, only stylish, not fashionable, and and both together, stylish and fashionable. So 3 versions of yourself. Now it's up to you which direction are you choosing, which way you will go. But let's take time and let's listen for our presenters, participants. And for the first step, I would invite here our first speaker, Kristina Maikštėnienė. Am I right? Yeah? Okay, Kristina, nice to meet you. Thank you for coming. And she will tell us about evolution of the green textile. What is it, green textile? No, it's not your subject? Sorry. Yeah, you will take about the values on the top of the artificial intelligence. Yeah, okay. But you know another subject as well. Okay, so welcome, Kristina. So, yeah, I will leave my matters.
Well, good morning. Good morning, everyone. Pleasure to be here. A year ago, I spoke here about sustainable business models. This is my area. I work with strategy, business models, and sustainability is also on top of that. It's a very important topic. Well, today you see AI as one of the keywords in my title. I'm not going to speak about AI in general. I'm not going to speak about what AI is going to be, I don't know, for fashion in general. I want to present a very specific topic. How can AI keep fashion on the top of the value hill? Meaning, how can AI help preserve the value of the garment, of the, anything that we make and create for longer? And that's the issue of sustainability. But before we move to AI, I would like to do some introduction about the industry and the fashion, to highlight some of the peculiarities of this industry. Well, fashion industry is really brilliant, extraordinarily good at creating value. If you think about it, not many industries can create value from a very, simple stuff, okay? So you design, you do some craftsmanship, technology, manufacturing, logistics, branding, and storytelling, and all the creativity turns, well, sometimes relatively inexpensive fabric into extraordinary and expensive stuff, which can cost thousands of dollars, thousands of euros, and so on. And this is a very important intro when you think about where AI can help this industry, okay? But the interesting thing is that in this industry, specifically, value melts extremely fast. Again, I have comparison, I can compare hundreds of industries, and the value that is created, fashion industry has a problem that then it melts almost immediately when the garment is, let's say, outdated, when it becomes, extra garment in your closet, and so on and so on. And this is what makes fashion industry extremely culpable for sustainability and, all those things that we say, well, fashion is really simple industry in that area, okay? Just remember this idea, okay? It's the value is created and then it's cut. Not many industries are like this. And my question is, of course, can AI, artificial intelligence, help fashion keep value high for longer? And you already can suspect that, yes, we see enormous opportunities here. Here is the simple graph to show you the big strategic opportunity where we see as the fashion is put into the market and it lives its life, the physical utility or, the thing that we wear, the thing that can still be useful descends very slowly. So this is the top utility curve, okay? But the market value, meaning, it can be outdated in a day, okay? it depends on the area where the fashion is put, but I mean, market value is kind of deteriorating much faster. And here we see the strategic opportunity. We have to close that gap. And AI is very instrumental in doing this. So for example, a jacket can still keep us warm even after it's already not, I don't know, not very fancy jacket, okay? It can fit perfectly and function as designed even when its resale value has collapsed almost to zero, okay? So value vanishes, but utility, physical utility remains. And this is a problem for the planet. And this is the opportunity for the industry. And it used to be very hard to do because we didn't have AI. Now, again, I will proceed with the explanation how this can help. Again, you have seen this, and I think I showed this slide a year ago, the traditional linear model that fashion industry is following. Take, make, waste. This is, again, the simple, the bad model, the bad thinking, okay? So traditional linear industry has this core resources, and then it does manufacturing, some logistics, some, I don't know, merchandising, and again, assembly of the garment probably. And then it goes to retail, and after the garment exchanges hands with into the money, okay, very often it goes to the garbage bin. So utility is still high, but the price is already at the level of zero very often. Value, if we put the same value chain or take, make, waste value on a tool that we call value hill, this will be the instrument for the rest of my presentation, okay? So you see the same linear value chain that is going uphill. It's called value added. And then on the top, value used, where it has the highest level of utility. And then downhill, we have like jump, and then we throw it away, okay? Should it be this way? Why is it so? Because of the properties of the physical things, okay? It's very hard to keep it and to catch it in the middle. And notice the asymmetry. It took many actors, many processes, and considerable resources to build that value. And it can take one decision to destroy it. How do we interrupt the descent before so much value is lost? So this is the question that actually circular economy asks, okay? And many of the speakers after me will ask this question. But here, of course, I would like to finish the model and to introduce some ideas with AI afterwards, okay? So I don't know how popular this is my favorite model talking about the circular economy, the value hill. This is, again, I teach circular economy, I teach business models, and this is my top model when I explain circularity. It has some modifications. The citation is also on the top of the slide. But the idea is that let's keep things on the top of the hill as long as possible, okay? Meaning, first of all, let's try not to go up the hill. Meaning reducing is one of the circular strategies, okay? Reducing, meaning don't produce what is not needed, don't produce what is not going to be purchased, don't produce the wrong size, the wrong model, the wrong, extra things. Reduce consumption, reduce all those things. Okay, this is the top strategy. But then if you are on the top of the hill, try to keep things, with yourself by fixing it, by extending the life, and so on. Then the third, I'm going to get just down, the third preferred strategy is resell, meaning change the user. Maybe someone else will gain more utility out of this garment. Then refurbish, restore it, remake, and recycle. And the last resort is regenerate. So I have, in case you want to understand it better, I'm not going to read it, but those are the definitions of the 7 steps, there may be 9 steps, 12 steps, whatever you like. But you see the idea that, we're closing the loop as high as possible, meaning we're returning the value to the most efficient way on the top. Well, for example, repairing doesn't even have the loop, okay? I'm looping myself. Reselling, meaning this is the closest and the least damaging loop we can do. Then refurbishing is going back and, changing some things. Remaking and recycling is, and you see recycling, which is a kind of synonym of circular economy, okay? It's almost a synonym in some, popular sources. It's the strategy of last resort, almost last resort, okay? Recycling is very, very, again, damaging. It's not the good thing, okay? We have better strategies on the top. And regeneration is, of course, again, it's pricey, it's very good, but restoring the natural system it's just, it's costly. Anyway, so the principle is always favor the smallest feasible loop. Try not to climb as high, try to stay on top, and if you have to go down, try the smallest loops first. Isn't this visual? Really nice model, okay? So then we can think about many things. Okay, so I use this model to explain some, opportunities or, current things that are now happening with AI. So artificial intelligence has 4 helpful capabilities in this context. Well, it's almost a metaphor, but AI can see, it can recognize garments, fibers, defects, and conditions. AI can predict demand, predict the returns, repairability, and potential next use value. AI can match, the very, very important function. It can match item with a proper buyer, a repairer, a market, and so on. And AI can optimize. And these are current functions, okay? We can go in further. We can optimize stocks prices, routing, a loop selection, and so on. So all those 4 capabilities, we keep them in mind. They are already helpful. And if I go one slide back, just remember this one. We used to have a problem here, actually, okay? We know this model for quite some years already. We know the circular idea and so on and so on. But it's very pricey. It's always costly. Businesses don't go circular. They don't use this pyramid. They don't even resell or refurbish because, matchmaking and business models are not done for that, okay? And what AI does, it lowers the information and transaction costs on the value hill. And this is a huge opportunity that many, many businesses and startups are already exploring worldwide, okay? But again, my goal is to show, the mechanics, the economics of it, okay? Well, a hint of economics. Okay, so let's go through the 7 loops. How am I doing with the time, actually? I don't see is it okay if I go through the loops? Don't see the counter, but anyway. So I'll try to go quickly, not reading the whole table because the table is with the examples. But the first loop, you remember, the best thing is to reduce consumption and reduce production, okay? AI is most powerful when it moves the decision upstream. Upstream meaning the value, you remember the value chain. Upstream meaning at the very beginning of thinking what to produce, you first have to think whether to produce and how and to plan everything. So there are some examples like Simflux that uses machine learning to optimize patterns and reduce cutting waste. So this is not a new thing. I'm sure you all know this more or less. Before they make samples, generative AI can replace parts of physical prototyping and so on and so on. But the real shift is not simply forecast demand better, it's avoid embedding value in the wrong product. Just avoiding embedding value in the wrong product, in the wrong quantity in the first place. Okay, so AI is very instrumental here. And this is the cheapest loop we can do. The cheapest loop that we can, as I said, we never have to close. If you cannot do this, if you still, send your production to the market, the second loop is to repair. And repairing is, AI can, nowadays, it can recognize the damage from a photo. It can decide whether repair makes economic sense. It can estimate intervention. And this can go to the consumer level already, okay, as those examples show. It can match the garment with the right expert and even learn from the recurring failures. And of course, we can all open GPT and see, give me advice how to repair this on that, okay? So this is, again, a revolution, but we almost don't notice it already. So AI doesn't replace the repairer. Again, the physical properties are still with the person, but it removes the friction that makes the repair slow, uncertain, or expensive. Because how many of us, we did a stain, we damaged the garment with the iron, as I did yesterday, okay? And if it's not GPT, then I would almost, think whether to refuse, okay? So that's a very simple idea. Okay, the next loop, resell. This is where AI may be especially transformative because secondhand has a very unusual economic problem. Every unit is different. And when every unit is different, we don't have a mass scale. we have to match, and the information matchmaking is very, very expensive without the technologies. Okay? Every garment has to be photographed, described, categorized, priced, discovered, and trusted. And those examples show, like, for example, Real uses AI to support pricing across huge volumes of unique items. And pricing, the differentiation of pricing, understanding how, the value differentiates across the items is, this is the revolution with AI. Okay, so the second hand becomes affordable, it becomes reality, and it's really... So AI is attacking the transaction cost created by uniqueness. It does not give the garment a second life itself, it makes finding the second life economically viable. Refurbishment is different from repairing, as you know. Repair asks what is broken, and refurbishment asks what would make this product desirable and saleable again. So AI, for example, can detect stains and the defects more consistently, assess whether refurbishment will pay off, help automate reconditioning, and grade the restored product before it returns to the market. This is a value recovery decision. This was very, very hard to coordinate in the market before AI, and we see enormous amount of startups and spin-offs of the big companies that are doing refurbishing now because of AI. Okay? So not enough time maybe to explain all the details, but again, remaking, the idea is the logic changes again. We're no longer trying to preserve the original garment. We are asking, what is the highest value that new product these existing materials can become? What the best new product that we can do from the remnants of the old stuff? Okay, and companies such as Better, I don't know how to pronounce with the three T's, they are experimenting with the opposite logic. They start with the surplus garments and materials that already exist. They analyze with AI their characteristics and design around those constraints. So AI here can turn the biggest upcycling problem into opportunity. The biggest upcycling problem is heterogeneous inputs into design input. And heterogeneous inputs is the biggest problem in circular economy, not only in fashion industry, everywhere. Okay, why do we don't have like the closed loop within this country with any, I don't know, plastic bottles, whatever, is because, of mismatch of demand and supply, and also the heterogeneity of the inputs. So again, this is economics, but we have to understand it. Recycling, here AI solves completely different problem. Recyclers do not simply need textile waste, they need a reliable feedstock. It's not a waste that we need, okay? And a few percent of elastan and an expected synthetic fiber, an unknown blend can determine whether a recycling process works at all. And technologies such as you see here, Refibered and Matoha, they combine sensing with AI to identify fiber composition rapidly. And then the other company, 6Zone, as you see, goes further. It uses machine learning to help determine the chemistry needed to separate complex blends. So recycling is partly an information problem, and AI can turn this pile of textile into something much more economically useful, a known classified specification grade material stream. This is a huge opportunity. The last loop, regenerate, I don't know how much time I have, but this is again very long topic, and AI is no longer preserving the garment, it's helping restore the biological system that produces fashion's raw materials, and it can potentially optimize not simply the yield, but simultaneously for yield, water, soil, carbon, and biodiversity. And again, this is something, this is the last, the least favorable of the loops, because still we want to close on the top. But this is an opportunity when other opportunities are already explored, okay? So, and I go to my final slide, final summary, just to, again, to recap my logic of my explanation. So I started with the fact that fashion creates enormous value, okay? To compare to other industry, it creates, stuff out of nothing with the human input, with all those, it creates this bubble of value, and then linear models with this. It disappears too fast, it slows, it melts, and so on. The tool, we need the tool. AI will not help us if we don't think with the thinking models, okay? So the value here is one of the tools. It shows where value can be retained, and smaller loops on the top preserve more of the original value. And AI is helpful here because it can lower information and transaction costs of those loops. This is a very important point, actually. This is the key. And that makes high-value circular strategies more scalable, more affordable. And this enables new business models, more value per product, not more products. Okay, again, the words are very important here. Not more products, but more value retained, more value redone and put back into the market. So talking about AI, I mean, I have this favorite saying. In Lithuanian, it is, come to AI, jei neturi fantazijos. So why do you need AI if you don't have imagination, okay? And imagination is having a strong economic thinking, a framework that is useful, putting everything onto explanation. And then it's not the blind, like, you do a startup and you catch some technology and you do some modification there. The strategy is to keep value high. This is, for my presentation. Keep value high, not more products, but more value per product. And I leave you with that, I guess. So thank you so much. Oh, I'm sorry. I close the presentation.
I would say that we missed one thing here, or let's talk about that.
Okay.
What was not your field of research, but do you think it's kind of psychology, personal psychology towards artificial intelligence?
The psychology of the user, or?
That's a question. I expect.
Okay.
Yeah,
that's a very broad topic.
When we say value of what?
Yeah.
When we say our position towards artificial intelligence, as well, we should decide or we should know whom are we talking about. Is it a person? Is it a industry? Or what could you precise just shortly? Value.
To whom value, well, it's very broad and philosophical concept, but for the sake of my presentation, I distinguish between utilitarian value, meaning, the stuff that makes you warm or, cozy, or, it has physical value, and then the value that is on the market, meaning the market value that, has all the perceptions, branding, emotions, and all those things.
Anyway, we should distinguish those.
We should distinguish. And by the way, what I missed in my presentation, you provoked something that I remembered. On the value hill, the value that goes down, it loses information, meaning information even about the aesthetics and branding and those things. And that's one of the reasons why we want to catch value on the top, because on the top, we still have even the label or whatever. But then when you recycle and you dismantle it, you lose this value. And this is an economic concept. I come from business university, so, I can explain this. This can be measured in utilities. This is very pragmatic thing, okay? But then again, in the end, we can measure how much market value is something, and it can be crazy,
Okay, but talking about any individual, his attitude towards the value, if you want, towards his psychological attitude towards recycled items, for example. I always think, it's recycled. It doesn't make me a pleasure, and I don't know why, but psychologically it makes something different if I know, it's new and old or recycled. It's a very close association with some, old, it's almost equal to used, and it's some kind of...
The problem is it doesn't have information that I just mentioned.
Yes.
Because if it's, if you have a high branded, item that was worn before by, a queen or a king, whatever, and then you get it, it's enormous value, although it's also... Of
course, it's like a picture, like a painting. If it belonged
I wouldn't tell you because you had the expert
to
in
the
that.
king, of course, it has a bigger value.
But then, it can be measured, and I think the attitudes, you're talking about attitudes, can be changed, definitely. So I think
we should try to change.
We should try to change it, yeah. We will always have a long tail of people who will never change their attitudes, but I mean, the critical mass, the attitudes are changing. And
I suspect that
being
me
recycled.
will never change that.
On the long tail, yeah. Yeah, why not? I mean,
once
we need interesting people as well.
Once I decided to take my old clothes and to throw them out, And on the middle of the way, I said, no, half of them will return back because I love them. We forget when we are talking about all these industrial aspects, all these really very, very important matters of nowadays. We forget our feelings, our psychology of consumer, all that abilities to share something which is very, very cheerful for us.
We don't forget that. I don't know.
You say, but artificial intelligence,
You know, the circle will turn around.
this algorithm
It will remind us.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
I would like to invite, thank you, Christina. Next presenter, and it will be Ingrida Padleckienė, Dr. Ingrida Padleckienė. So, and she will present us, before mentioned, my green value, or green evolution of textile. Green evolution of textile. Okay, so you are welcome.
I brought timer with me, so I will try to be on time. Good. Then this morning, when we wake up, every one of us made a choice. What color we want to wear today, what shapes, what texture, what other things about our apparel and look. But how many of us thought how long all this clothing that we wear today will stay after we are gone from this world? So it's very important to know if clothing that we wear are sustainable and how long they will stay after we are gone. Hello, I am Ingrida. I am from Physical and Technological Science Center. This is like the biggest or largest institution in Lithuania. It works in very different areas. We have physics, we have chemists, we have semiconductors, lasers that we are famous in the world. But as well, in Kaunas, we have Department of Textile Technology, where the main focus of our department is working for solutions for defense, for military, but as well we have quite a big research done on the how to make natural materials more sustainable, and in general to find the way how to make things that were impossible before to make it possible. Let's say to recycle, to use the hemp, which is very stiff fiber for knitted fabrics. Okay, but then let's go step by step. So the topic of today is the green evolution of textile, and let's see what we have there. This is, to understand where we are going, we must first be completely honest where we are today. These are the numbers provided by European Environmental Agency. And when we see such data that are in light blue color, then I never say that it's precise numbers. Nobody knows the truth. These are predicted numbers that are taking, like scientists do. They take a small amount of samples and then calculate what it would be in general and total. So for today, as we predict that 70% of textile are made of plastic, and majority of them is in polyester. 19 kilograms of textiles are purchased per person annually in Europe. out of these 19, maybe not first year, but second year, 16 kilograms of textile waste is generated by person per year. And as we are not alone in this world, so when we accumulate, then it becomes 7 million tons in Europe of textile waste. And the sad part of this, that 85% of all discarded textiles still end up in the mixed household waste, that we even do not have possibility to recycle it. It goes directly to the landfill. Again, it's very rough and predicted number, but I believe it is higher. It is about from 4 to 9% of unsold textile is destroyed. And the other sad story is that as we see that majority is in synthetic fibers, in polyester, polyamide, and they remain in landfills for many years, decades or even centuries. It depends what fiber it is. And as well, statistics says that less than 1% of textile globally are recycled back to the new clothing. So it's a challenge for us and for new generations. We have too many things to take care about while we are here. What recommendations are coming as well from European Environmental Agency, that we need to take care and try to slow down the loop. And as well, the best scenario would be closing the loop. When we look in the circular business model, then we need to think about slowing. So we need to make a textile or apparel that is durable, and we can wear it not one, not two times, but year by year. We need to optimize product use. And we need to create a system how to collect and to reuse the textile waste. The best would be we will close the loop when we will manage to collect all the textile that we are not needed anymore, to recycle it and to reuse this material. When it comes to product design, to the companies, to designers who are producing and initially working from sketch and then deciding what should be the quality, function, color, material choice, then we need already to think about what will happen to this article when it is not used anymore. So we need to think about quality, functionality, what is the material, if it is made of several fibers, are they working together when thinking about recycling, then what chemicals needed to be used, and additional smart additives that might give some function during the use, but when it comes to recycle, then it might poison all the process. Then as well, when designing the product, we need to think if it would be easy to repair it. If a person at home is able to repair it, or to build a structure of the companies who are repairing it. Then if there is some special parts of the product, then to provide and make available spare parts and repair service. Then when closing the loop, then it should be, product should be easy to disassemble. If, let's say, as an example, we could think about the jacket who has lining, who has the main fabric, then it should be easy to assemble for recyclers. And when designing the product as well, we need, as mentioned already, to think how it will be recycled after 1 year or 2 years, or even 10. Then as well, it was about the producers, but now when we come to customers, then we as well need to educate our customers and to affect their behavior. We need to think about how to slow down the fast fashion, how to make people, our customers, emotional durable. That I want, I buy. No, do I need it? First question should be if I need it. Then it should be affordability and access. When we have fast fashion, we have lower price, then it's easy to wear new t-shirt every day because it's only €5. So we need to think as well, not about the what is the price of the item, but as well what does it mean in all the supply chain and in future. Then as well, we need to set the rules and to make all the system available for correct disposal, collection, and take back system. Then as well about the customization of the product, that the product would be more fit for the people, for the customer, than customer-to-customer platforms, that when you do not need, maybe somebody still need it. Then care information and maintenance to provide the correct data that everyone could use this article not only one time, that after 1 wash, 10 washes, it's still in the same condition. Then, we need to educate our customers to provide knowledge and awareness about the product and how it is possible to recycle it or use, first of all, how we heard from Christina that we need to go downhill very slowly, step by step. Then product labels are as well important to provide all the data and traceability and product passport. Do you think these recommendations are enough and that all our behavior that was until today, it will switch? Do you think it's enough? No, it's not enough. When we have nice recommendations from agency, but nothing works much better than taxes and fees. And here the textile regulations are coming. Some are on the way, some are still under development, but it's coming a lot. And let's say, take one by one. So it's the eco-design for sustainable products regulation. So here, the minimal mandatory requirements for product durability, recyclability, recycled content, and repairability will be set, that it would be clear, and we will have to achieve them when creating the product and placing on the market. Then digital product passport. So it will have to provide information on sustainability and circularity to customers. We are scanning QR code, or you can have a long label with all information. It should be, today we have already mandatory to provide the fiber composition, then the supply chain origin that is coming new, recycled content, repaired manuals, and end-of-life recycling guidance. What I should do with a product when I do not need it. Then the ban of destroying unsold clothing. So it's for big companies, it will be valid already from July 2026. and for smaller companies from 2030. Here, all the companies will have to report the reasons why and how the waste will be eliminated. And of course, and then there will be fees. Waste Framework Directive, then it will set how to reuse, recycle, and how to separate how to collect all the textile waste and separate it. Extended producer responsibility. So it makes it means that brands will pay higher fees for articles that are hard to recycle. And as well will be some less smaller fees for the ones who will produce articles that are durable and easy to recycle. But here as well, the challenge comes because every statement that company will make will need to have evidences. Not only, oh, it is only 100% polyester, it's easy to recycle. No, there should be needed evidences as well. Discussion is ongoing if it should be third-party evaluation or internal documents will fit as well. Then eco-design, delegated as for textile. So here, the target is fast fashion and coming minimal requirements for properties like color fastness, that it will not shade after several times of wash, then tear strength, peeling resistance, and as well how to recycle to fiber recyclability. And not the last one, because there is much more coming, but then as well, when we now have this fashion to call products eco-friendly or green, then it will be taken seriously. And to say that it is eco-friendly or sustainable or very green product, then there will be needed third-party life cycle assessment. So all these statements will be a little bit limited, and otherwise, if you have everything documented, there should not be any problem, and we could continue with this. Good. What to do now, right? When we have lots of regulations coming. So one of the steps could be to power the monomaterials. That now when we have lots of articles made from the blends, like 60-40, then it's not easy or sometimes not possible to recycle. So, and it ends up in landfill. The solution is to use single fiber content, but then it comes, but it is not so comfortable, you know, without elastan, you feel a little bit, but then we need to work on technologies, right? How to make it as much comfortable as our customers want. So it's a technology that need to be involved. Then other option would be to use natural fibers, like wool. Earlier, it was itching, it was shrinking, it was everything, but everything is possible with using today's technologies, that today wool meets modern performance standards and it's perfect fiber to use. I will go quickly because I see my time is going down. Then, of course, with the natural fibers, like wool, we have as well sustainability challenge that we are creating a carbon footprint. It is significant. But then, with the modern solutions, the farms as well are integrating all the innovative things. As well, we have strict animal welfare certificates, and it supports to reduce the footprint. Then, as another example, could be hemp. It is extra durable. It has natural resistance to all the pests, so no pesticides needed, and it is stronger than cotton. It has other challenges, like it is very stiff, but there already we were working together with Indra and Serge on project, and we find a way how to make it soft and suitable for knitted fabric, for t-shirt, and it's really comfortable and soft. So it's, hemp is one of the most eco-friendly biodegradable fiber. As well, we have challenges here as well. As it is long and many years, hemp was not popular fiber. So all the equipment needed, all industry is still in the low level. So it means the capacity is very low. So if we, now with the green textile movement, we need to move forward. So all need to be scaled up, all the equipment and all the factors. And yes, mention it, sustainable advantages. Then no pesticides are needed or very minimal quantity, and it has negative carbon CO2 footprint. And as well, when grow, they clean and restore the soil, taking from the soil all what is not, that should not be there, like heavy metals as well. Yes, and here we have elephant in the room, right? It's a cost. Polyester is very cheap, and none of the other fibers could beat it, except polypropylene, but as well it's synthetic fiber. And but when we think about the cost, we should educate our customer that how to read the cost, right? What does it mean? When we buy polyester, yes, it's cost per product, t-shirt, €5. When we think about natural fibers that are much more durable, less frequent laundering needing because it has natural cleaning properties, then as well during the use, it becomes even better. We need to think about the cost per wear. That, for example, t-shirt, we will wear 3 times, and a product that is really high quality and durable, we will wear much time. And in the end, the price, the cost per wear will be lower than we buy a cheap product in fast fashion. Yes, so choice is ours. The green evolution of textile is not a technology fantasy. Actually, it's a human choice. And by moving, as example, for single fiber construction, choosing natural removable materials like wool or hemp, and caring for whatever we wear, then we can align human style back with the earth. We can support our earth and future generations. Thanks for listening.
Doctor of Sciences. And Ingrid, I would like to ask you one thing. What would you say about human nature vice laws? Vice all that stuff we need, we should obey, we should change. But what about human nature? Because really we are eager to change ourselves. We don't like to be the same all the time. You spoke about apparel, about new sustainable textiles, about hemp, all that stuff. But indeed, how to comply with these laws you impose? I will translate just in Lithuanian. Nežinau, ar visi suprantat angliškai. Tiesiog norėčiau akcentuoti, kad žmogiška prigimtis, poreikis keistis, atsinaujinti ir įstatymai. Toks prieštaravimas liepia, kas nors kažką ten primeta, įsako ir mes natūraliai tam priešinamės. Tai yra natūralu. Ir kaip suderinti tą tokį žmogaus įgimtą norą, brandaus žmogaus žinoma, bet ir vaikai džiaugiasi, kada juos aprengi naujai, kitaip. Tai kaip čia jūs matytumėte tą problemą?
Yeah, thanks for question. It's really a global challenge, right? That we have, and actually, from the childhood, as our duty as a parents, we need to build values for our children.
You should say the parents should start to teach.
Of course, yes, because it's important not to have more, but less is enough, right?
Yes.
And good quality things.
There is one remark. Less is very boring.
No,
Isn't it?
just but then you switch the creativity,
Right.
then it's
What I
not
was
boring.
going you to say, creativity. And we should allow, first of all, for our young generation to spread their creativity. We spread ours, being adults, okay, professionals. But, you know, the laws, all that stuff somehow restricts our desires, our fantasy. And as you said, it's really a global challenge. It is.
Yeah.
So we should analyze what I made the remark for myself, a behavior of the consumer, of the conscious consumer. We should analyze, we should pay more attention where towards we are going in our attitude towards consumption. Yeah?
And as well to educate our customers, like how to play with accessories, to have the same boring t-shirt, right?
You're
But
right.
the good quality, but it's still black, let's say,
Yeah.
right? But if you play with accessories and everything,
No,
you make it.
Depends on your fantasy. It depends on your
For sure.
on your talent to create yourself, on your creativity as a person, as a human being. And what I also had to ask you very, very shortly. People are sometimes very superstitious. They say, yeah, okay, you know, it's a new trick, a new thread of hemp or whatever. And I am not used to that. Cotton, wool, yeah, it's okay. We are used to that. And what would you say, how to change their mind towards?
It's a huge work to be done. As actually, when you see something new, you sometimes do not trust, right?
You hesitate.
But time to time as well, when retail is communicating, please buy this article and this, and if you list the advantages in your communication, in label or maybe in some adverts that let's buy something, no, come to us, it's sale. No, come to us, it's a durable product.
It makes result.
It all depends. All the parts, customer, retail, producers, designers should work in one, and then taxes will be not so big one.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you. So, our next speaker will tell us about things about. So, in just 2 minutes. We shall talk about am I right?
Yes, you're right.
Vilnius'26 is our next speaker, and my role is not 100% from him, but I was hesitating to buy them for 2 days. I thought, what will happen? How should I wear them? Should I be somehow?
I don't know, because hemp is not miracle. It's the same material who made the.
It's not a miracle.
Not a miracle.
Tell us about that. Tell us about that.
Hi everyone. I speak in Lithuanian. Sorry for that, but I'm talk about the same like the prefer speaker. Tai persijungiu aš į lietuvių kalbą, turiu užrašus, ne dėl to, kad neatsimenu, ką kalbėti, kad per daug neprikalbėčiau jum. Iš tikrųjų, aš kalbėsiu apie pluoštinės kanapės įtaką mados industrijoje ir aš nemėginsiu čia pristatyti jo kaip stebuklingą augalą. Kaip visi sako, žiūrėkit, čia yra iš pluoštinės kanapės, jau dabar aš ekologiškas. Ne, aš bandysiu šiandien pasakyti, kodėl mados industrijai reikia kitokių medžiagų ieškoti ir kaip pluoštinė kanapė gali prisidėti būtent inovacijų lygmenyje. Kuo jinais yra gal palanki šiandienos kontekste, kodėl pranašesnė gali būti, bet visiškai priklauso nuo pačio gamintojo, ar jinais bus ta vadinami tvari ar nebus. Noriu pradėti ir kaip prieš tai šnekėjusi pašnekovė, kodėl mums reikia šiandien dienai ieškoti kitokių medžiagų. Skaičiai grąžina mus nuo parduotuvių vitrinų ir pasako labai daug dalykų, kad šiandienos tekstilės išmetamumo lygis ir mūsų nešiojimas keliem kartam jau peržengia tam tikrą ribą. Iš tikrųjų, kodėl taip yra? Dėl to, kad mes norime atrodyti gražiai, mes norim patikti. Aš irgi, ir pašnekovas sakė, aš galvojau, ką dėvėsiu, aš irgi galvojau, ką dėvėsiu. Ir aš nebėgau naują pirkti, reikėjo žiūrėti į spintą. Ir galvoju apie kanapę kalbėsiu. Gal būtų gražu apsirengti, kažką iš kanapės. Aš neturiu nieko iš kanapės. Bet ir bėgimas pirkti, o nepasinaudojimas, ką aš turiu, irgi blogai. Bet suknelė lininė. Irgi kažkoks dalykas. Bet iš tikrųjų, iš ko kyla mūsų problemas, kad mes tikrai dabar gyvenam tame etape, kai turim galimybę pirkti, nešioti, išmesti. Nebėra taip, kad nebėra ko pirkti, arba mes gyvenam ekonomiškai augančioj šaly, kai galim sau leisti nusipirkti. Bet ta ekonomiška dalykas yra ir blogiausias toks, kad mes nebežinom, ką daryti su to pertekliu ir mums reikia kuo pigiau, kuo greičiau, kuo daugiau. Šiandien dienai pluoštų gamyba yra labai išsivyščiusi, 65% yra gaminama sintetinio pluošto, 85% vis dėlto neturim ką daryti. Taip, prieš tai kolegė šnekėjo tiesą, tik 1% perdirbimas, bet 14% mes sugebam nusipirkti išdėvėtų rūbų, pataisyti, panaudoti, bet tik 14%. Mano ta vadinama lininė suknelė yra išdėvėtų rūbų nupirkta ir aš nemanau, kad jinai yra vien dėl to blogesnė. Vis dėlto mūsų tekstilės šiukšlės prasideda ne nuo šiukšliadėžės mūsų, o prasideda, kada mes jau pradedam projektuoti, kada mąstyti apie tai, iš ko mes darom. Ir čia mes kalbam ne apie vien tik CO2 emisijas, mes kalbam apie tai, kiek audinys kainuoja realiai. Žemės, vandens, energijos, žmogaus darbo ir kiek pats gaminys gali funkcionuoti ne vienam vartotojui, o kartais netgi ir keliem. Taip, būkime teisingi, augam, vyresnio amžiaus stambėjam, yra visokių dalykų, dėl ko mes keičiam, nebūtinai dėl to, kad mes turime irgi vengti sudėvėti šitą audinį. Ir lygiai taip pat kolegė pristatė, kad čia nėra vien tik teorija, kai mes kalbam apie, kad reikia tą madą grąžinti į žiedinį ekonomikos ciklą ir panašiai. Jau yra ES politikos lygmenį ir jau yra patvirtinta direktyva gamintojų importuotojų tekstilės gaminiam, ką reiškia planuoja Lietuvoje, bent jau kiek girdėjau, 28 jau priimti. Ką tai reiškia? Kad mes apie rūbą turėsime galvoti ne apie tai, kaip gražiai ant mūsų guli, kai mes jį projektuosim, negalvosim, ko reikia vartotojui, bet mes turėsime galvoti apie visą jo gyvavimo ciklą. Ilgamžiškumas, perdirbamumas ir medžiagų atsiekiamumas. Turbūt girdėjot mitą, kad etiketėje ne visada yra tiesa pasakoma, iš ko gaminys pagamintas. Ir aš negaliu patvirtinti 100%, kad čia yra iš lino, nes ne pati dariau, o tokio sertifikato, kad tai yra iš lino, irgi aš nemačiau. Ir čia ateina kanapė. Nestebuklingas, žinokit, augalas, jis nėra ką tik atrastas. Daug metų atgal senovėje iš jo darė lynus, kurie buvo palankus erozijai, ypač mėgdavo laivininkystėj, labai patvarus dalykas. Darė maišus, darė popierių netgi Kinija, iš tikrųjų iš kanapės, bet 20 amžiuje atėjo pramonės revoliucija, mes išmokam puikiai naudoti medvilnę, puikiai išmokėm naudoti sintetinius audinius ir kanapė tuo metu buvo pripažinta kaip augalas, kuris dėja kenkia mūsų sveikatai. Tai yra savotiška narkotinė medžiaga. bet niekas nepradėjo galvoti, ar tai ta pati kanapė, iš kur audiniai, ar tai ne ta kanapė. Tai iš tikrųjų, kad ir koks būtų geras dalykas, bet buvo sustabdytas pakankamas progresas pačios kanapės. Čia yra pavyzdžiai, kas yra iš kanapės daroma. Kas tai naudoja. Iš tikrųjų, Levis yra pramoninis didelis prekės ženklas, kuris į džinsą sugebėjo dėti kanapę. Čia, kam jūs matot, mes inovacijos jokios nematom. Bet čia ir yra madoje inovacija, kai mada sugeba paimti kitą medžiagą, ją pakeisti ir vartotojas to nemato. Jis jaučiasi komfortabiliai giliai, nes tikrai yra, kai tu pasakai apie pluoštinę kanapę, jau grįšiu nebe kanapę, pluoštinę kanapę, nes iš jos tekstilės gaminiai naudojami, visi įsivaizduoja drobinį maišą. Tokį labai nemalonų, nesmagų ir nefainą. Jis gali būti fainas, jeigu mokslas kartu su mada pradės sąveikauti tarpusavėje. Mokslas gali atrasti technologiją, kaip tą medžiagą padaryti, bet tik mada žino, kaip padaryti gaminį tokį, kad vartotojas norėtų jį nešioti. Tai šita sinergija yra tobula. Tai čia yra smagu tai, kad masinis gamintojas Levis sugebėjo į džinsą įdėti kanapę, netgi jau yra pasirodę ir mados podiumus keliaujantis gaminiai būtent su kanapiniu pluoštu. Tai reiškia įmanoma, taip? Patagonija. Visi žino dėl savo pareikštų žodžių, dėl savo tolerancijos, dėl tvarumo principų, neišsižadėjimų daug metų iš savęs. Patagonija kanapinių pluoštą naudoja ne dėl to, kad inovacija atėjo, o dėl to, kad sugebėjo išnaudoti technologinės savybės. Mažiau nusidėvi, audinys lankstesnis, pralaidesnis orui, mažiau susidėvi. Čia iš tikrųjų kaip būtent įmonė pritaiko funkcijas, kurias gali pažymėti pati pluoštinė kanapė. Ir kanapė už pačią audinio ribų. Jis yra beprotiškai funkcionali. Tai matosi, kaip visos pluoštinės kanapės savybės gali būti išnaudojamos kėdėje, staliuke, akustinė plokštė, šilumos izoliacinė plokštė. Vilnius'26 iš tikrųjų ne vieną yra bandymą padarę ir tai tikrai pasiteisina. Nes šiandien dienai gyvename ne tik rūbų triukšme, ne tik informacijos triukšme, bet iš tikrųjų triukšme, kur jau reikia iš tikrųjų jį sumažinti. Tai geras mokslinis rodiklis vertingas tik tada, kai galime parversti geresnių gaminių. Jeigu mokslinis rodiklis turi pluoštinę kanapę, tai mes jį galime paversti gaminiu, kuris mums bus naudingas. Ir grįžtam prie pačios pluoštinės kanapės. Kaip ir pavyzdavau, turi nuostabius rodiklius. Tai yra augalas, kuris jau ir kolegė šnekėjo, turi didelę šaknų sistemą, padeda atsinaujinti dirvožemį, pakankamai greitai auga, pakankamai gali augti visomis sąlygomis. Jeigu medvilnės mes neužsiauginsime, Lietuvoje pluoštinę kanapę mes išsiauginsime, tai galima paversti vietinę produkciją. Augimo plotas didėja, produkcijos mastas didėja. Šie skaičiai ne šiaip, kad aš noriu pasigirti, bet noriu parodyti tai, kad mes turime galimybę gauti žaliavą, iš ko gaminti. Tai nėra eksperimentinis dalykas, ne laboratorijoje daromi bandymai, o tai rodo, kad mes turime šiandien dienai žaliavos. Ir čia įrašiau, kad pagal 22 metus Prancūzija net 80% perdirba arba gamina pluoštinės kanapės. Nuostabu, džiaugiamės už Prancūziją. Bet iš technologinės pusės tai nėra gerai. Iš tikrųjų, jeigu mums reikės keliauti į Prancūziją, atsivežti tų audinių, tai vėl pasiklysime transporte, kitų resursų naudojame. Technologija turi plėstis, o jinai plėsis, jeigu mums jos reikės. Palyginau kanapę su medvilne, kanapės yra geresni rodikliai, bet mes turime suprasti, kad pluoštinė kanapė tai nėra kita medvilnė. Tai yra galimybė pakeisti ją būtent pluoštinės kanapės žaliavoje. Čia dar noriu tokį daržą įmesti visą kitą. Kai prisimenat, pasakojau, kad pluoštinę kanapę iš naujo mes pradėjom daryti ir panašiai, bet technologijos yra jau medvilniai, linui išvystytos, vilnai yra išvystytos ir jau technologijų naujų nebesukursim, reikia dabartinės verpimo staklės, dažymo staklės pritaikyti pluoštiniai kanapiai. Ir čia mokslas gali pasiteirauti. Jeigu madai reikės, mokslas padės. Iš tikrųjų, mes galėtumėm patys kartu kurti geresnius, patvaresnius audinius. Dar šiek tiek apie pačią kanapę. Tai yra rodikliai, kurie yra pakankamai geri, bet aiškus, nuo iki yra pažymėta dėl to, kad netgi pluoštinės kanapės savybės priklauso nuo veislės, augimo sąlygų, pluošto išgavimo būdų, apdorojimų technologijų. Šis sezonas sunkus, lyja daugiau turbūt, augimui irgi ne. Vėl kažkoks bus kitoks pluoštas. Bet ką noriu pasakyti, jeigu mes sugalvosim technologiškai, kaip pritaikyti mūsų visiems audiniams, kuriems norėtumėm gaminti rūbus ar kitą tekstilinę gamą, tai kanapė gali suteikti standumą, išlaikyti formą, gebėjimą sugerti, atiduoti drėgmę, kvėpuoti pats audinys turi. Jinais yra net lengva palyginus medžiaga su kitom, kurias gali būti pasinaudota. Bet yra ir kita medalio pusė. Standumas reiškia kietumas. Mes nenorim marškinėlių nešioti, kurie nejuda. Tai ir vėl turime bendradarbiauti kartu. Ir tai, kad aš jau sakiau, kad mes turime žaliavos, bet žaliava be technologijos tik potencialas. Pluoštinė kanapė tai yra platforma medžiagų, kur gali padėti mums toliau plėtoti būtent mados industriją. Geras. Čia aš bandžiau pavaizduoti būtent pluoštinės kanapės uždarą ciklą. Jų visur galima panaudoti taip. Geras augalas dar nereiškia gero tekstilinio gaminio. Tarp lauko ir podimo yra ilgas kelias. Mados pačios inovacijos turbūt prasideda lauke, kai mums reikia auginti būtent kažkokį tai augalą, kad galėtume naudoti, bet labai lengva laimėti arba laimėti 5 stadijoje, kai pradedam dažyti, verpti ir panašiai. Tai yra tik mūsų klausimas, ar mes pluoštinę kanapę išnaudosim kaip tinkamą žalią, ar vis dėlto prarašim ir išmesim, nes jinai iš tikrųjų bus nepakankamai gera nešioti. Technologija nepakeičia gamtą, o išmoko ją suvaldyti produkto funkcijai. Labai patinka man šitą mintis, užsirašiau, kad mes neišrasim naujų dalykų. Mes galim tik suvaldyti ir pritaikyti savo, ką iš tikrųjų evoliucijos metu labai daug dalykų, daug kartų ir darėme. Čia turiu sąrašą. Čia nenoriu parodyti, kad, o žiūrėkit, pluoštinė kanapė, kokia stebuklinga, ir tam, ir tam, ir tam. Čia noriu parodyti, kad pluoštinė kanapė funkcijas galime pritaikyti įvairiom pramonės šakom. Tai iš tikrųjų pluoštą turi, spalius turi, nuo konstrukcijos iki audinio mezgimo, iki net tai, kad jau spaliais yra dažomi natūraliai audiniai, nes jie suteikia spalvą. Turbūt tiek čia, nebeišsiplėčiant, nes yra ir aš kartoju tą medžiagą, jeigu jūs atkreipė dėmesį, tai yra svarbu. Sekantis skaidrė vėl tokia pakankamai įspūdinga. Rodau tiek, ką galime pagaminti, tiek prekinius ženklus, kurie jau bando tai daryti. Aš nenoriu pasakyti, kad jie dabar pirkime, imkime ir pirkime iš šitų prekės ženklų. Noriu pasakyti, kad jau tai nėra vien tik bandymai, tai yra jau masinės gamybės potencialas, kur technologija turi linki tobulėti. Bet čia atsargiai, nes vien tai, kad prekės ženklai naudoja pluoštinę kanapę, dar nereiškia, kad jų gaminiai yra ekologiški ir būtent patvarūs. Tai reiškia, kad mes turime potencialą ir masiniai gamybai, net tai yra pritaikoma. Vėl noriu pagirti pluoštinę kanapę. ir kad aš tai pasakoju ne apie egzotinį augalą, kuris jau egzistuoja ir daro, tai yra pluoštinių kanapių rinka išaugo ir tekstilė, apie daug ką kalbėjau, ir tekstilė čia ne šiaip užima nesvarbę vietą, tai yra viena daugiausiai šiuo metu pluoštinę kanapę išnaudojantis augalas. Jeigu lyginant CO2 pėdsaką, kanapę, medvilnę ir poliesterį, kanapė vis dėlto yra geresnė ir palankesnė. Bet negalima vieno pluošto skaičių automatiškai perkelti visam gaminiui. Ir vėl grįžtam prie žiedinės ekonomikos. Turėdami nuostabų augalą, puikiai mes jį galime sugaminti jau gamykloje, virpimo, dažymo, gaminio gaminimo, transportavimo, vartojimo eigoje. Turime tik potencialą, kurį galima išnaudoti, tai čia yra nuo mūsų klausimas, ar mes galėsime išnaudoti. Čia ne kažkokia augalo reklama, o noriu pasakyti, kad mes turime bendradarbiauti. Mokslas, mada turi rasti sinergiją tarpusavę, kuri galėtų vienas kitam padėti. Ir neužtenka vien kartais uždėti hemp. Hemp yra kanapė, visi labiau žino tarptautinėje rinkoje ant prekės ženklo, kad jis turi dalykus. Būtina visada iškelti klausimus, kam jinais mums reikalinga ir dėl kokios mes svarbos tai darytumėm. Man pačiai pluoštinė kanapė patinka dėl to, kad aš vienu metu galiu užduoti tuos pačius klausimus vienam augalui, ko negaliu padaryti su kitais. Tai yra... norėtųsi labai taip man drąsiai, aš irgi labai mėgstu pluoštinę kanapę ir mano darbas su tom susijęs. Norėčiau pasakyti, štai aš jums pristatau ateities medžiagą. Bet tai būtų per daug paprasta. Pluoštinė kanapė yra viena iš medžiagų, kuri gali tapti medžiagų sistemos dalyje. Jeigu jos savybės, apdorojimas, produkto dizainas ir naudojimo scenarijus bus projektuojami kartu. Tai čia tik tais nuo mūsų priklauso, ar mes turime gerą žaliavą ar ne. Pluoštinė kanapė yra viena iš medžiagų, kuri parodo, kokia gali būti ateities mada, jeigu technologijos, mokslas ir dizainas dirbs kartu. Tai tiek, nebent klausimų. Nes galiu išsiplėsti čia per daug, užrašai baigėsi. Ir tai, kad tik tais noriu palinkėti, kuriant, neprarasti savęs. Jeigu mes sugalvojame, kad mūsų daiktas turi būti draugiškai gamtai draugiškesnis, mes siekiam to. Nepamirškime ir žmonių, nekaltinkime žmonių. Jeigu žmogui tas atrodys drabužis nepatrauklus ir jausis diskomfortą nešiodamas, jis net laikydamas spinto jo nenorės, reiškia, visos mūsų inovacijos yra prarastos. Kabėjimas spintoj ne inovacija.
Tai ačiū prelegentei, labai įdomu. Aš galbūt paklausčiau mūsų svečių. I think you enjoyed Lithuanian language. We didn't translate it into English or French, but yeah, okay, the pictures probably was good replacement for the idea. And I would like to ask our presenter some questions, very, very short. So the hemp is not a miracle, but I had an impression it is. It is kind of substitute. Sakėt, kad ne stebuklas, bet man atrodo, kad taip.
Sorry,
It's
not a miracle. It's plant that we don't know most possibility for use it.
Okay, I see. Okay, so anyway, it should be incorporated into our garments, into our, as you said, fashion products, and if they will become better for consumer, I mean, from the point of view of durability or other qualities of the fabrics, what would you say? It will make it will improve them, patobulins integravimas kanapės
Yes, it is
pluošto.
because all technologies goes with consumer. If we need, we try it to
I don't know if I need, but if I try and somebody proves me to try,
your
yeah,
job, the sustainability and fashion, that is job to prove people that is good, that is comfortable, that is nice, that is, and people can feel good with that clothes.
the most important is, of course, physical feeling of the fabrics, of the garments we wear. But anyway, about beauty and fashion, all that stuff, still we'll discuss next time, okay? Sometimes what is fashionable not necessarily is beautiful, sometimes even ugly. But I know Sergius, our inspirator, organizer of this conference, he has created for Institute of Physical, what we call the Scientific Institute, some collection from hemp fabrics. And it's really, I think, successful. What do you think in the future people will turn towards hemp, or they will ignore?
I hope that yes.
They will.
Because I work also on that. That is, hemp is very good because we can grow hemp in Lithuania.
Yeah,
And
yeah.
other not impossible for our nature, for our winters, summers, and so on and so on. I hope yes.
Okay, so just I would like to remind that Lithuanians like very much linen theoretically, but they are very, very conscious about wrinkles, which during the wearing they happen, and they see, yeah, I'm wrinkled, it's not so nice, about beauty. Huh? So, but I read in one book that wrinkles are noble even from ancient Egypt times. Aš tik priminsiu, kad lietuviai labai mėgi, tarsi teoriškai mums linas labai patinka, mes čia lininiai, bet raukšlės visą laiką mus kažkaip nuteikia labai nelinksmai, kad štai aš čia susiglamžęs, bet man teko skaityti ne vieną aišku leidinį, bet Egipto laikais antikoj raukšlės vadinamos kilmingomis. Tai aš dabar visiškai susitaikiau su savim buvusiu, susipikau ir susitaikiau su savim nauju, kuris pamėgo ir liną, ir kanapių pluoštą, ir tas grubumas, netgi sakyčiau, teikia tam tikro tokio malonumo, kad štai tai stabilu, nesubliurę, nesukritę. Taip kad labai ačiū už įdomią paskaitą, labai ačiū. Tai dabar mes dar turim vieną prelegentę, kuri mums papasakos Claire Defic. Claire, bonjour. Tout d'abord, félicitations. Vous êtes quelquième fois ici en Lituanie? Antrą kartą Claire yra Lietuvoje ir ji mums papasakos apie biodizainą, kur gamta susitinka su inovacijomis anglų kalba. Alors, ce sera pas en français?
Non.
C'est dommage, on adore la langue française ici en Lituanie.
C'est une belle langue, c'est une belle langue.
Très belle langue. Et comment vous trouvez la langue lituanienne?
C'est joli.
Comment ça sonne là?
C'est très poétique, très très poétique.
Labai poetiška lietuvių kalba, bet prancūzų kalba, žinoma, labai graži, o paskaitos pasiklausysim angliškai. Biodizainas, kur gamta susitinka su inovacijomis. Taip? Je vous en prie alors.
So hello everyone, I'm Claire Defic-Oldani. So I'm a textile designer specialized in weaving, and I graduated from CSM, and I'm now undertaking another master's at Centre St. Martin's in biodesign. And so I thought it'd be interesting to maybe share a bit about what it is as a subject, because it's kind of intuitive and kind of not. And obviously, to start with, we kind of have to ask ourselves, what is biodesign? How do you define it? And the first thing to understand is that there's not a strict definition in biodesign, partly because it's such a new area of design and partly because it's such a vast field. It's mostly a design model and a mindset rather than an industry of its own. And it can really oversee all practices. So for example, it can oversee architecture, it can oversee community design, product design, textiles, even tech design, and many more. And when I look at by design, it really regroups designers and scientists globally. And when I look at my peers in my master's right now, we all come from a wide range of backgrounds, whether in profession, age, or culture. So it's not unique to one person, one area, or one field. And when in a discussion with my peers, actually, we try to formulate a list of words that could help us define by design. And so I've put them all up on the board here. And all of them are really powerful and I think really englobe what by design is, but I'd like to focus on a few of them just to give a bit more context as to why I think they're so relevant. And one of these words is collaboration. And compared to a lot of design industries we see today that are based in competitiveness, this field relies so much on collaboration because we need to learn from the people and communities around us and all the specific knowledge they hold and that they can bring us. And essentially, as a textile designer, for example, I could work with a scientist in order to develop a new material, and that new material will be used in architecture, product design, or fashion. So relying on many different people from many different backgrounds with a lot of different knowledge and very different skill sets. So like any sustainable design, one needs to also have a deep understanding of the communities and ecosystems they are designing for, as the outcomes will directly impact them. It's very important to consider where you are from, as you will naturally have a better understanding of these places that goes far beyond good academic research and will naturally just make your projects stronger and more useful. One should design from and for a place they truly understand, or in collaboration with someone who does at least. It will simply make a project make more sense for what you're designing towards. This perspective also prevents from falling into colonial habits that maybe our history has tended to have. And essentially, focusing on what you can do for your surroundings as an active member of these ecosystems will just make your work a lot more impactful. And I think another word that's really important to mention is the more than human approach and perspective, because as humans, we have a tendency to design for ourselves, which is completely natural, of course, but by design challenges that by reshaping our understanding of ecosystems, because as humans, we are not the only species on Earth, and we're not more entitled to this Earth than other species are. And so it's very important to deconstruct and detach ourselves from this very human-centric perspective that we have and start considering other species as part of ourselves as part of a wider ecosystem, and these other species that we're cohabitating with as almost collaborators that we can design with rather than use them as a resource, and view them as having entities of their own and having more of a respect for the materials and the organisms we work with. So it's really looking at ecosystems on a much, much wider scale that we are just a part of, rather than something we're on the outside using. And I really see by design as a way to bridge the gap between science and design, as allowing for a better understanding of each other and blending these skills to use to its fullest potential, to then use this combination of science and design in order to create sustainable progress that makes sense both to nature and society. And for me, this is kind of one of the definitions that, if I were to put it in a few words, how I would define by design. So I would see it as a proactive systems thinking, working with and for the living. But obviously, this is just my perspective. And in a way, it's very important that everyone asks themselves what by design means to themselves and how they can connect to it and reflect with it. And essentially, the purpose of by design in many cases is to counteract the damage we as human species have caused. It's proactive thinking, it's problem solving in order to reshape a non-sustainable system we built. And sometimes that involves going back in history, incorporating old ways of working in our processes today, whether in agriculture or in craft techniques. And this can include something like hemp, which was is a very historical use of fiber and agriculture that we used to really have, and as we've seen, has so much potential. And it also allows to slow down the industry and really understand the real value of our objects and our clothing around us today. But biodesign can also be a lot about innovations, whether new materials or bioinformatics. So it's very, very vast. Now, I've put up just a few case studies for you, and feel free to take pictures of these because I don't have that much time to go in detail about them. But for instance, Pneuba Bio, they are a startup that created this living algae fiber that's able to capture CO2. So it's active, it has an active property. You have Notpla, which they've become really famous for all of their plastic alternative packaging, and they're really growing quite quickly. And you've got even Michael Sedbon, which researches the connection between informatics and nature and how they're connected and how we can work with both of them simultaneously. So it really is a very, very global field where everyone can find their own space. Now, I will note that biodesign can also be very overwhelming, as one can be tempted to resolve all the world issues all at once. But it's important to understand that changes, small or big, in the right direction are all really, really important. And we cannot change the world overnight, but step by step, we can try and improve it, and over time change the mentality and the perspective of our society through education, communication, exchange, collaboration. And these are all key parts of this change, as we're doing here today, as a matter of fact. But biodesign really has the potential to sustainably and gently reshape our society and our systems for a better future. Now, obviously, this is a bit of a broad concept and can be very vague and is very personal to everyone. So I thought I'd illustrate this subject by one of my most recent projects called Mythica, which I developed with a group of friends in my master's. This was a project where we were textile designers, product designers, we had an environmental engineer, we had a community designer, so we really had a mix of people. We also came from a mixed background from Italian, German, French, Austrian, Greek, so we had really different knowledges and cultural inputs. And our goal for this project was essentially to develop UV protective materials using algae pigments. Now, bioremediation inspired us to understand human health and local livelihoods, and biodiversity are all deeply interconnected in a more than human approach. Now, one of the things we were really looking at and concerned by is that with climate change, the UV indexes rise, and with them diseases such as skin cancer continue to rise. And in general, in most cases, too high of a UV index causes cell degradation in most organisms. And we started looking at outdoor workers because they are amongst the most affected, as they spend really long hours during full days under direct sunlight, often without adequate protection. And while sunscreen can reduce these risks, many of those formulas contain chemicals that pollute marine ecosystems, for instance, and they're rarely applied or reapplied during long working days. So this would make wearable integrated forms of UV protection increasingly important. And we chose, in this case, to focus on mussel farmers, and therefore part of our research was understanding the routine and daily habits of these fishers. We decided to focus on a small town in the south of Italy called Taranto, as this case study really fit perfectly with our aims. And as a few of us in that group were Italian, we already had a natural, good understanding of the culture and community that could be affected. Important to note that none of us were fishers, though. But citizens of Taranto had already been shifting towards sustainable mussel production while expressing a growing desire for sustainable textiles. So this really responded to the people we wanted to work with as well. And by designing UV protective alternative, we protect the ocean by avoiding microplastics and toxins from synthetic equipment, sunscreens from entering the water and by supporting those who are closest to the sea. Again, looking at this wider picture that we are contributing parts of this larger ecosystem and we can actively help them. So we chose to focus on mussel agriculture as it's the controlled natural environment which made our first steps of designing a lot easier, but also because mussels are a natural water filter that continuously improve the water quality and support the marine life, partly because they also help store CO2. And again, to protect these species, we must protect the people who cultivate them and take care of them. So we started by looking at local algae because we really wanted like a closed-loop system. And we found some invasive non-native species whose rapid clonal reproduction is severely disrupting the local marine biodiversity along the coast of the Mediterranean Sea. And we aim to utilize that as a resource rather than go picking other just natural like algae that were already benefiting the ecosystem on its own. But by cross-referencing that to all of our research on the algae and the pigments that could absorb UV, we found this one pigment, fucoxanthin, that was able to absorb a wide range of UVs that this invasive species contains some of this pigment. Now, I will note that for the purpose of our research, because we did have limited resources, we actually tested using not this invasive species we found, also because we couldn't just get our hands on it, but we have access to a lab in which we had an algae species that also contained this pigment and would allow us to really test how this pigment could work. And so we proceeded to do extensive material research, and whether that was in a lot of recipes, shrinkage, or whether it was like testing the different structures that we could give our material, we tested the UV resistance, more or less, because we were, again, quite limited on resources. And we even tested our material's tolerance to salinity, because obviously in this context, it would be exposed to the sea. So we really wanted to study its durability. But as I said, it's good to keep in mind that we were quite limited in our resources, so we had to get very creative and very resourceful with our experimentation. And part of that was in the UV testing, we used just a simple UV nail lamp because we couldn't get access to big UV industrial testing machines. And essentially, we just used like a light and UV measuring tool that in a kind of a construction with the box and our material, we were just able to capture some information of how much UV our material was letting pass or not pass, or like blocking in general. So in that way, it doesn't always have to be so perfectly scientific to at least get started and at least get an understanding of what a material or product or just project in general can do. Now, our project also builds on existing momentum by collaborating with a community that seeks and values sustainability. And Taranto's region has a long history of flax cultivation, which was replaced, unfortunately, by a lot of the rise of synthetic fibers. And we aim to reconnect with this forgotten material by working with a linen base that we wove ourselves. Now, through the use of linen, where the microplastic pollution, the transport emission, the irrigations can be reduced, and our production could ideally collaborate with a workshop in Puglia that preserves traditional weaving while creating employment and sanctuary for women. The fabric becomes a tool of independence and cultural continuity. So an additional way for us to connect to the local community would be to have them directly involved within the design process. And therefore, we first created a survey at the very beginning of our project to collect feedback from a wide range of locals, in general from the south of Italy, to understand what they wanted. And we then put together an additional co-design toolkit that would be set up as a workshop and would enable us to get first-hand input of the needs and the desires of this community we're studying and trying to help. So as you can see, we also gave this workshop a test run with our friends because, again, we didn't exactly have the means to go to the south of Italy, set up the workshop, get to know the people, because we were also limited in time and resources. Now, like in all design, the main question is who and what am I designing for? And this led us to creating these easy modular design aiming to offer the best UV protection while limiting as much as possible the disruptance of these fishers during their daily tasks. So we created this modular boat tarp because that's where they spend most of their days on, that they can shift the different panels according to the time of day or the accessibility to the water that they need. And we created also, in the same material, we created a hat kind of add-on that could really protect their shoulders and necks while they're maybe more exposed leaning out of a boat. And all of this was just very, very basic design, if you will, that's just thought to be integrated as smoothly as possible into their daily habits. And then we actually made some form of prototypes to really get an understanding and a visual of what that could be like. And now, as much as this project was speculative and in the context of a master's and just research, we really aimed to create a strong project that tried to consider all aspects of designing sustainably, environmentally, and socially. This also enables us to have a solid enough base to keep researching and developing this project, as we know it has potential. And if we were given the time and the resources and potentially access to more people, more knowledge, then we'd actually be able to build it to a fully fledged project. And this was a circularity diagram, in a way, that we made that helped us sum up our approach to designing, how we designed this project, and how everything is interconnected. So obviously it goes from how we considered the inclusion of algae, because that was kind of our starting point, but how it related to also humans and the culture that we were looking at of mussels and how that connected to human and how that connected to the water ecosystems and how our products were then entering that loop. And we had even pushed our material development to understand how mussel shell waste that comes from human consumption in this region, because it's farmed, would then be able to be reused as a composite in our project as structural pieces, and would then contribute further to this loop. So really trying to all the time consider how we're designing and how every step of the process is continuously coming back to our mindset of just designing sustainably and as locally as simply as we can. And in this case, I've put together a few pointer questions that I think could help people start thinking of by design as how to integrate it into a project. Now, obviously, these are just some of my questions that I ask myself and I think can be helpful. So completely biased of an opinion, but it's always about what's your aim and what problem are you looking at, and is it a really big scale problem, or is there something small in that big problem that you're looking at that you can start with? Obviously, who and what you're designing for, and now what scale are you designing it, and does it have a commercial or research aim, because your process is going to be completely different with that. And considering what ecosystems and communities you're impacting, and is it a good impact, is it a bad impact, same as using organisms or living elements, is it disruptive to an ecosystem, or is it healing, or is it integrating, and how are you working with it? Or is your design short-term or long-term? Because even something like that, a long-term solution is usually more impactful and more helpful, but sometimes you need those short-term solutions in order to get started as well. And how are you gathering your research? Is it purely academic, or are you also going to meet people and meet communities? Is it your community? Is it someone you're collaborating with? And are you involving those communities through their culture, through their crafts, through their skills into that design? But essentially, by design is mostly about asking yourself a lot of questions and just finding your way and your identity in that process. And yeah, just asking yourself, what does it mean to you and what does it mean to your practice, whether it's more scientific, academic, or completely creative as well. But that is it. Thank you.
Ačiū, Claire Duffy. Claire, mille merci. C'était impressionnant ce que vous avez dit. Vraiment plein de choses à faire. Daug reikalų. Ir tikrai labai įdomus pristatymas. Claire, I would like to ask you one question. Why should me or anybody of us would be happy with the bio-design? What would you say? What would you answer? With a bio-design item or, okay?
I think, obviously, as we see by design today, because it's so new, it's really experimentative still. So you might see things like an algae material and be like, oh, I don't really want to wear this right now. Like, it's not actually like suitable to my needs. But it's also so new that obviously it's going to progress to something more concrete, and you'll already see a lot of companies that are trying to extract cellulose from a lot of different waste streams to then make into threads that are then woven into a fabric that just looks like cotton on a fabric, and you wouldn't necessarily think about it. So obviously it's a matter of time and it's a matter of scale and resources, but I think everyone can find happiness in by design in the sense that it's really a personal thing, and it's always going to be related to your surroundings and your involvement to it. So it's not
Personal involvement.
yeah, exactly. It's personal involvement. So what might make me happy as a textile designer, who's
Probably.
French and Italian living in London, is going to be very different to someone who's from South America or who's living in Southeast Asia. Like, we're going to have very different definitions.
Claire, by the way, South America, should we address in South America their tribes, which use, palm trees and all that stuff for your idea?
Of course, yeah. There's a lot in history in general, a lot of fibers that exist, a lot of techniques that have been developed that often are just forgotten with the rise of like a lot of synthetic materials that also have made the industry, let's say, easier and more efficient and more profitable. But there's already a lot of solutions that exist in our history, and there's a lot of designers. And in South America, there's a lot happening in terms of young designers really trying to incorporate that history into innovation and creating that connection and making it make sense to their cultures and their communities, while it can be used in how we're living today, because obviously we have a different living system than we did 200 years ago or more. So it's going to always...
I share your statements, but still there would be one small detail concerning terminology, as I said. Design, term design. Design like, silhouette, and design like an engineering procedure. So we should make somehow difference in explaining what we mean by saying design. But anyway, thank you very much for this presentation.
My pleasure.
Thank you. Alors, mille merci encore.
Merci.
Mille merci. Et on espère, Claire, on espère vous voir troisième fois ici en Lituanie. Claire, vous venez l'année prochaine? Oh, bien sûr. Okay. Ačiū, Claire, tikrai labai įdomu ir jį užsiminė apie, aš paklausiau, ar visgi senos gentys, kurios naudojosi gamtos duotom gerybėm, ar jos kaip nors galėtų čia būti prisimintos, tai atsakymas buvo teigiamas, nes tikrai daug technologijų ir būtent biotechnologijų su, aišku, galbūt šiek tiek perkeltinė prasme, mes esame žmonija jau pamiršusi. Tuo tarpu gentis Amazonės baseine, kitur gyvenančios, jie tebesinaudoja tom primityviom, pavadinkim, technologijom, tą patirtim, kurią jie yra sukaupę, ir tikrai tai gali būti naudinga ir mūsų dienom. Aš norėsiu pakviesti dabar daktarę, ką aš dabar kviečiu, aš kviečiu daktarę Aušrą Zigmontienę. Ir ji mums papasakos apie mados kainą, ko nematome ant podiumo. So, will that be in English?
Lietuviškai mes kalbėsime.
Lietuviškai.
Taip.
So that will be in Lithuanian, but we shall speak about the price of the fashion on a catwalk. Yeah? So what we don't see, we see presentations, we see défilés, in French, but we don't see something. What you should disclose us, atskleisit, ko nematom.
Taip, we see what we see and what doesn't see. Yeah.
What is hidden?
Yeah.
Kas yra paslėpta?
Taip.
Tai ačiū labai.
Ačiū.
Klausomės.
Tai laba diena. Iš tikrųjų, labai daug informacijos šiandieną ir turbūt ko gero kartosis, bet aš kalbėsiu lietuviškai, tai kaip ten sako, kartojimas yra mokslo motina. Tai įsivaizduokime, kad čia yra podiumas. Tuo podiumu žengia gražios manekenės. Dizaineris paskelbė, kad jisai sukūrė savo kažkokią gražią kolekciją, jisai ilgai galvojo, rinko medžiagas, ilgai nešiojo savo idėjas ir fantazijas. Keliauja gražios suknelės, gražus paltai, podiumų, mes visi džiaugiamės, matome. Šviesoje blykstės, fotografai fotografuoja ir štai po keletos yra paskelbta, kad štai bus dabar tokia mados tendencija. Kas vyksta toliau? O toliau, po paskelbtos mados tendencijos, mados industrijoje prasideda ir parduotuvėse tam tikros kolekcijos. Ir mes kaip vartotojai atėję, ką matome, gražų fasoną, spalvą ir aišku, matom kainą. Bet aš, kadangi pati esu iš aplinkosaugos srities, aplinkosaugos ir vandentvarkos, ir mes labai dažnai, kai kalbame būtent apie tvarumą, tai kalbame būtent aplinkosaugai. Tai aš galiu pasakyti, pirmas yra dalykas, kad tvarumas tai nėra vien tik tai aplinkosauga, tvarumas tai yra ir tam tikri aplinkosauginiai, ekonominiai, socialiniai aspektai, bet aš, kadangi iš savo srities, šiandieną noriu parodyti skaičiais, kokiagi būtent yra ta mados ir podiumo kaina, kurios iš tikrųjų mes nematome. Na, ko gero vienas iš tokių, tai būtent tas daromas tekstilės poveikis mūsų aplinkai. Tai kasmet yra vertinama, kad yra sunaudojama labai dideli vandens kiekiai tam, kad mes galėtume užsidėti gražų švarką, užsivilkti kažkokius tai būtent kitą produktą, apsimauti batus ir panašiai. Europos Sąjungoje yra paskaičiuota, kad kiekvienam gyventojui, kuris per metus nuperka maždaug nuo 17 iki 20, aš kilogramai sakysiu, įvairios tekstilės gaminių, reikia, kad sunaudojama tai yra 12 kubinių metrų vandens. Tam, kad mes paprasčiau įsivaizduotume, kas tai yra tie 12 kubinių metrų vandens. 12 000 litrų, o paprastai sakant taip, kad jeigu mes kiekvienas esam nelabai išlaidus, bet, sakykime, ir nelabai taupus vartotojas ir mums per dieną reikia maždaug apie 120 litrų vandens, mums komfortiškai nusiprausti, pasigaminti, valgyti, išgerti ir taip toliau, tai įsivaizduokime, kad tas 12 kubinių metrų vandens tiek yra, kiek mes išnaudojame maždaug per 3,5 mėnesio. Tai yra konkrečiai būtent tekstilė. Taip pat yra paskaičiuota, kad tai, ką ES gyventojai nuperka, tai yra maždaug apie pirminių žaliavų, tai 0,5 tonos, 500 kažkur tai 28 kilogramai. Šitoms būtent medžiagoms mes turime vartoti vandenį, išgauti, toliau mes turime naudoti dirvožemį, nes nori ar nenori, jeigu tai yra medvilnė, tos pačios kanapės, linas ir taip toliau, tam reikalingas būtent dirvožemis. Ir taip pat yra paskaičiuota, kad maždaug vienam ES gyventojui kasmet reikia maždaug apie 3 arų ploto tam, kad užsiaugintų būtent mūsų tekstilės gaminiams produkciją. Tai jeigu kas nors iš tų senų laikų sakydavo, kad ten tėvai turi 6 arų sklypą, kur sodas, tai būtent galima sakyti, kad pusė to sodo sklypo kiekvieną kartą toksai dirvožemio plotas yra naudojamas tam, kad užauginti pirminės žaliavas, tam, kad gauti kažkokius tai tekstilės gaminius. Taip pat dar vienas yra dalykas, iš tikrųjų, kur ko gero 21 amžiuje tik tai pradėjo kalbėti, kad su tekstilės gaminiais į aplinką išsiskiria labai dideli kiekiai mikroplastiko. Tai dabar mes kalbame būtent apie mikroplastiką ir jeigu vertinti, tai kai turime mes kažkokį tai būtent drabužį, didžioji dauguma mikroplastiko su būtent mūsų skalbimu išsiskiria maždaug skalbiant 5-6 kartus. Po 10 karto yra vertinama, kad būtent iš drabužio mikroplastikas nebesiskiria. Kodėl tai yra problema? Jis išėjo į nuotekas ir išėjo. Kodėl čia mums turėtų skaudėti galvą? Esmė yra tokia, kad problema atsirado gerokai anksčiau, negu yra sukurtos technologijos tam, kad būtent iš tų nuotekų mikroplastiką būtų galima būtent išvalyti. Ir dabar 2030 metai artėja, pagal nuotekų tvarkymo direktyvas ES, visos didžiosios Europos nuotekų valyklos turi būti įsidiegusios mikroplastiko surinkimo, sugaudimo būtent įrenginius ir mokslui čia yra iš tikrųjų didelis iššūkis. Jeigu jau dabar su mikroplastiku bandoma susidoroti, ateina kitos medžiagos, tokios kaip nanoplastikai, kurios yra dar smulkesnės ir problema yra tame, kad jų sugaudyti iš esmės irgi nelabai mes galim. Nuotekose po valymo įrenginių, kai išvalytos nuo kitų cheminių medžiagų nuotekos nukeliauja būtent į atvirus vandens telkinius, Lietuvoje, pavyzdžiui, Vilniuje pas mus į Nerį, išvalytos nuotekos nukeliauja, jos užsilaiko būtent upės tėkmėje, upės vandenyje arba sėda po kurio laiko arba esantis gyvūnai, tame tarpe, pavyzdžiui, žuvys, jie net pažįsta, kad čia yra ne maistas ir jie ko puikiausiai būtent tam mikroplastiką sunaudoja, o vėliau yra žvejai, kurie ir taip keliauja būtent per mitybinę grandinę. Dar viena yra problema, kad iš tikrųjų visi galvojo, kad kai pradėsim Europoje ir pasaulyje kalbėti apie tai, kad turim būti tvarūs, kad turim iš esmės kiek įmanoma mažiau naudoti, vartoti ir taip toliau, kad ir tekstilės gaminių kiekiai sumažės. Bet tendencija rodo tai, kad pavyzdžiui, nuo 2019 metų iki 2024 Europos Sąjungoje per metus vienam žmogui, vienam Europos Sąjungos gyventojui, jeigu 2019 metais pirkdavo arba tekdavo maždaug apie 17 kg, tai 2024 tai yra 22. Tendencija nemažėja, mes iš tikrųjų turim pripažinti, kad esame tie, kurie ta vartotojų karta ir klausimas iš kitos pusės, ar tai yra blogai, nes ant to laikosi ekonomika. Bet tuo pačiu iš esmės būtent buvo pradėta skaičiuoti ir žiūrėta, kad apart to, kad pas mus didėja būtent tekstilės pirkimai, vartojimas, tuo pačiu iš esmės būtent didėja ir tekstilės atliekų būtent susidarymas. Yra vertinama, kad maždaug ES kiekvienais metais nepilnai 6 milijonai tonų tekstilės atliekų susidaro. Ir žinot, čia vienas iš tokių irgi klausimų ir tokių samprotavimų. Nuo 2025 metų ES įvedė, kad visose ES valstybėse narėse tekstilės atliekų surinkimas yra privalomas. Tai 2021 sausio 1 atėjo, visose Lietuvos savivaldybėse atsirado tekstilės surinkimo konteineriai, bet Kaip jums atrodo, ar tai išsprendžia problemą? Nes situacija yra tokia, kad iš tikrųjų tekstilės atliekos, tą, ką ir kolegės ne viena turbūt minėjo, kad netgi iš tos būtent panaudotos, sakykime, tos surinktų tekstilės atliekų, visą laiką kažkada tai skelbėsi, kad virš 1, dabar jau drąsiai sako, mažiau negu 1% tekstilės atliekų yra paverčiama atgal būtent į audinį. Ir Lietuva, iš tikrųjų, dėja, mes esam neišimtis, bet dar vis dėja, bet tekstilės kaip atliekų tvarkymo galimybė, tai yra arba atliekų deginimas, nežinokit, labai gerai dega, arba, blogiausiu atveju keliauja į sąvartyną. Tai kitas yra dalykas, kad tekstilės pati būtent pramonė ir visa tekstilės grandinė nuo gamybos iki atėjimo pas vartotoją ir sutvarkymo yra atsakinga maždaug už 10% pasaulinių šiltnamio efektą sukeliančių dujų emisijų. Ir labai dažnai būna klausimas toksai, ar, pavyzdžiui, iš tikrųjų, kai kuriais atvejais, greitoji mada tai yra pati didžiausia problema. Iš vienos pusės galim sakyti taip, bet, sakykime, pavyzdys. Turiu 2 pasirinkimus. Nusipirkau, galbūt kažkokio tai šauksmo vedama, kad noriu būti labai eko. Nusipirkau medvilninius marškinėlius, trendinės spalvos kokios nors, nežinau kokia dabar ta trendinė spalva. Arba, pavyzdžiui, nusipirkau iš tikrųjų, sakykime, kad ir iš poliesterio, bet nusipirkau iš tikrųjų tokį drabužį, kurį tikrai žinau, kad jis ten, nežinau, neišeis mados ir aš jį naudosiu. Ir laitas poliesteris iš tikrųjų, jisai ten, nežinau, yra gamintas netgi ne Lietuvoje, tarp kitko, ką dar norėjau iš tikrųjų paminėti, šiek tiek būtent grįžtant, kad kur yra problema. Kai kalbame būtent ir apie žaliavas, ir apie tą patį vandenį sunaudojimą tekstilės gamybai, ir apie dirvožemį, 70% tų žaliavų atkeliauja iš vis ne iš ES valstybių. Tai iš esmės būtent mes su savo poreikiu darome didelį spaudimą, aplinkos spaudimą iš tikrųjų tose netgi šalyse, tose valstybėse, kur ir taip trūksta ten švaraus geriamo vandens, požeminio vandens, kur galbūt, pavyzdžiui, ir dirvožemio degradacija yra didesnė ir panašiai. Tai grįžtant prie to, tai klausimas yra toksai, ar kas yra tvariau, ar nusipirkus būtent medvilninius marškinėlius, kurie net galbūt ir parašyti, kad tai yra būtent eko, ir aš juos užsidėjau lygiai 5 kartus, ar aš nusipirkau iš tikrųjų ten išmaišyto pluošto ar poliesterio daiktą, kurį aš naudoju, pavyzdžiui, tikrai drąsiai kokius ten, nežinau, 5 metus. Tai čia iš tikrųjų yra svarbu ir aš visą laiką sakau, kad turbūt ko gero vienas iš pagrindinių, jeigu mes kalbame patys, ne iš mokslo pusės, bet kalbam kaip vartotojų, tai yra svarbu ne vien tik tai pirminiam pasirinkime, kokį pirksiu, bet ir pasirinkime, o kiek laiko aš tą daiktą naudosiu, vartosiu, užsidėsiu, užsivilksiu, apsiausiu ir panašiai. Tai iš tikrųjų geras dizainas, ilgas naudojimas ir mažiau kenksmingų medžiagų, taip pat būtent galimybė taisyti, galimybė pakartotinai naudoti, tai ir iš esmės būtent mes vertiname, kad tai yra būtent mažesnis poveikis aplinkai. Dar viena iš tikrųjų neseniai pradėta kalbėti problema. Konkrečiai yra susijusi su tekstilė ir mūsų su dideliais norais, kad tekstilės gaminys būtų toksai, kad jeigu aš užsiteškiau kavos, kad tos kavos dėmės nebūtų. Jeigu aš einu per lietų, kad mano, sakykime, ten kažkoks tai viršutinis gaminys, jisai nesušlaptų, kad nuo jo kuo puikiausiai ten tas vanduo vandens lašai nubėgtų ir panašiai. Ir čia ir klausimas, ar norim būtent tos striukės, nuo kurios lengvai nuteka vanduo, kur būtent lengva valyti ir kaip tik kalbėjo, kad sako, naudojau liną, nenaudojau ilgai, todėl kad jisai glamžosi. Tai dabargi būna tokie gaminiai, kur būtent irgi pagaminti, kad būtų atsparus glamžymusi ir taip toliau. Visam tam 20 amžiaus antrame pusmetyje buvo atrastos medžiagos, PFASai, jeigu, kadangi chemiškai galiu pasakyti, tai yra per ir fluor alkilinti būtent junginiai. Kame yra blogybė, kodėl mes dabar kalbame? Todėl, kad iš tikrųjų tik dabar atrado, kad šitos medžiagos yra pradėtos vadinti amžinieji cheminiai junginiai. Jeigu yra kažkokios cheminės medžiagos, kurios natūraliai aplinkoje, po kurio laiko gali ten susiskaidyti, kažkaip natūraliai gamta gali apsivalyti, tai yra tie junginiai, kurie niekaip nesusiskaido ir kur yra blogybė, kad jie kaupiasi taip pat ir dirvožemį, vandenyje ir žmogaus audiniuose. Ir tai yra medžiagos, kurios iš esmės sukelia ir tam tikrus rizikas mūsų sveikatai, tai yra ir endokriniai sistemai, reprodukcijai, ir vėžiniams susirgimams ir panašiai. Tai vienas iš tokių, kai dabartiniu metu tam tikri būtent šitie PFASO junginiai jau Europos Sąjungoje pagal tam tikrus REACH reglamentus yra uždrausti, nes jau įrodyta, kad tai iš tikrųjų būtent yra kenksmingos. Ir minusas dar koksai yra, kad kol kas šitoms medžiagoms iš vandens išvalyti technologijos visiškai nėra. Deja, bet nėra. Tai turbūt šiek tiek irgi jau kalbėjo, kas laukia mados, pramonės, iki, pavyzdžiui, turbūt 2030 metų. Turbūt, ko gero, jeigu žiūrėti, tai 2024-2025 metai, tai buvo tas toksai lūžio taškas. Prieš tai kalbėjom apie žaliąjį kursą, žiedinę ekonomiką ir taip toliau. 2024 metais buvo priimtas vadinamasis tvaraus ekologinio projektavimo reglamentas. Ir dabartiniu metu šitame reglamente yra nurodyta pirmi, sakykime, dalykai tokie, kas ir dabartiniu metu Lietuvoje atsitiko ir visoje Europos Sąjungoje, kad nuo 2026 metų Liepos 19 dienos didžiosios mados industrijos būtent įmonės, joms yra uždrausta neparduotus drabužius ir tekstilės kitus gaminius naikinti. Tai yra tas naikinimas, tai dažniausiai ir yra būtent tiesiog deginimas. 2030 metais ne vienai mados, tiksliau tekstilės įmoniai neparduotų gaminių nebus galima iš esmės, būtent bus uždrausta visoms naikinti. 2025, kaip ir minėjau, su gamintojo atsakomybės principu Lietuvoje taip pat mes šiais metais turime atnaujintą atliekų ir atliekų įstatymą, kuriame taip pat didelis dėmesys buvo skirtas tekstiliai. Kas toliau keliauja? Tai iš esmės būtent atsiranda tuo pačiu ir gaminio reikalavimai. Ką ir kolegos minėjo, tai yra būtent vienas iš tokių. Tikimasi, kad tai maždaug bus apie 2028 metus, nes dabar yra tie pasiruošiamieji darbai, tai vadinamasis yra skaitmeninis gaminio pasas, kuriame tu nusiskanavęs iš tikrųjų galėsi pamatyti labai daug aiškios informacijos, atsekamumą, perdirbamumą ir taip toliau. Ir tą, ką ir iš esmės būtent paminėjau, tai iš tikrųjų mados pramonė laukia iki 2030-2028 metų tikrai labai daug iššūkių. Ir pirmas, jeigu anksčiau Europos Sąjungoje sakė, kad reikia daryti taip, kad būtų kiek įmanoma mažiau atliekų arba jas kažkaip susitvarkyti. Dabartiniu metu yra visas dėmesys kreipiamas į tai, kad tas gaminys, kuris yra pagamintas, kad jis kiek įmanoma ilgiau visame šitame būvio cikle suktųsi. Na ir pabaigai, ko gero, galvoju, kaip pabaigti. Ir čia tiesiog radau visiems turbūt gerai žinomos mados ikonos, industrijos Koko Chanel žodžius, kuris sakė, mada praeina, o stilius išlieka. Ir aš leidau savo šiek tiek būtent perfrazuoti, kad mada praeina, tačiau jos poveikis aplinkai gali likti ir jisai gali labai ilgai likti. Tad pasistengim visi, kiek įmanoma, palikti mažesnį būtent pėdsaką mūsų aplinkai. Ačiū.
Dėkojam prelegentiai, daktariai, docentiai, poniai Aušrai Zigmontienei. Ir aš visgi eikim į šviesą, kad mus matytų. Norėčiau jūs pakankinti beje apie Chanel. Jūs ten parodėte žmonės, kurie gražiai įdegė. Jūs žinote, kas buvo įdegio iniciatorė? Chanel. Jinai atvežė tą idėją į mūsų lauką, į mūsų pasaulį. Ir iš tiesų įdegis tapo tarsi privalomų epizodų mūsų gyvenime ir grožio tam tikrų standartų. Taip? Dabar aš dar norėjau jūsų, ponia Aušra, paklausti štai tokio dalyko. Jūs žinote tokią frazę, visi mes ją žinom, amžino nieko nėra. Ir aš atsimenu džiaugsmą mano vaikystėje, o man nemažai metų. Tai mes džiaugiamės poliesterų, sintetika, plasmase, plasmasiniai papuošalai, moterim, auskarai, nežinau, ar jūs atsimenate.
Buvo trendas iš kažkur tai gauti.
Taip, dar ir sunku gauti būdavo, labai reikėjo, spalvingumas nepaprastas, bet aš visuomet galvoju apie kitą dalyką ir visgi aš atsakymo nesulaukiu ir net nesitikiu iš mūsų auditorijos. Žiūrėkit, sakom tvarų. Na, iš tiesų gyvūnų globotojai turbūt labai pasipiktintų voveraičių naikinimu, tam, kad būtumėm gražus, pasisiūtumėm kailinius. Tačiau voveraitė netekusi gyvybės gamtoj sunyksta. Tuo tarpu pakaitalas, kaip mes sakydavom, tai kam voveraitės kailis, jeigu gali būti sintetinis kailis, bet sintetinis kailis po daugybės tūkstančių metų iš Baltijos jūros pakils ir išplauks, arba jį prarys žuvis, kaip jūs sakėte, banginis ar dar kas. Tai kas geriau? Kur tas sprendinys? Kur ta išeitis? Ką daryti?
Turbūt, žinot, jūs labai teisingai sakėt, kad atsakymo nėra arba vieno atsakymo iš tikrųjų šito klausimo nėra. Nes, pavyzdžiui, įsivaizduokim, jeigu gaminys yra pagamintas iš vieninės medžiagos, to pačio poliesterio, nailono, dar kažko tai, iš tikrųjų čia stebuklo nėra, jį galima perdirbti. Čia tas pats...
Bet jis vėl virs tuo pačiu plasmasiniu gaminiu.
Taip, bet jį tu gali sukti, aišku, ten 100 kartų kaip stiklo tu negali perdirbti, bet iš esmės tu gali perdirbti. Kitas yra dar dalykas. Visi mes žinome, kad visi plastikai, pirminė medžiaga, tai yra gamtos išteklis nafta. Kažkada tai ateis turbūt ko gero tas laikas, kai tos naftos mes turėsime nepakankamai. Galbūt iki to laiko ateis laboratorijos kažkokią tai sintetinę naftą, mes ten padarysim ar iš kažko tai kito sugalvosime. Tai aš sakyčiau taip, kad visame kame turi būti balansas. Ten, kur mes galime iš esmės būtent nenaudoti gamtinių išteklių ir žinome puikiai, kad kita medžiaga gali tarnauti ir jinai turi geresnės, pavyzdžiui, savybės negu natūrali, tai tokiu atveju tiesiog naudokime tą. Bet jeigu tai yra medžiaga, kuri, nes pavyzdžiui, natūralus kailis, ne? Kaip pavyzdys, natūralus kailis, jeigu tu jo ir, sakykime, nesutvarkėjai, ne taip kaip tas dirbtinis, jisai po kurio laiko, jisai natūraliai biodegraduos.
Taip.
Kaip vilna, medvilnė ir taip toliau. Tai
Bet
yra iš esmės-
gaila
Taip,
to žvėrelio.
Sutinku, kad būtent gyvūnų augintojai ir mylėtojai ir taip toliau, bet žiūrėkit, tada klausimas toksai, tai visi nustokim valgyti mėsą. Nes
Yra tokių, kurie
gyvūnėlių
nustojo, nieko
gaila.
gero iš to neatsitiko, kiek žinau iš savo aplinkos draugų ten.
Yra, taip,
Bet
bet
kiti
ne
sako, kad...
visiems.
O Liutauras Čeprackas sako, valgykit
Taip.
mėsą, knygą parašė apie mėsą.
Šitas nekankinkim karvytės, negerkim pieno.
Nu tai tada vištos gaila
Ir
ir
vištos, čia sakau, žinot, yra tas toksai...
daug problemų.
Taip, iš
Daug
tikrųjų,
problemų.
taip.
Tai aš dabar grįžčiau dar prie to podiumo, apie kurį jūs čia pradėjot paskaitą, paskaitos tą segmentą. Ar čia tie kūrėjai būtų kaip nors atsakingi už ką nors, ar jie jau čia absoliučiai niekaip, tik tai silueto grožis, tik tai forma, tik tai spalvos. Kokia jų atsakomybė, kas juos gali įpareigoti?
Pats,
Jeigu
turbūt,
to
ko
reikia.
gero, vienas iš labiausiai atsakingų, tai būtent, ko gero, yra ir kūrėjas prieš pasirinkdamas medžiagą, žaliavą, spalvas, dažus, furnitūrą
visus
ir visą
ingredientus, taip.
kitą. Taip. Ir kurdamas savo būtent produktą. Bet nenurašykim vien tik tai, kad čia tik tai kūrėjas. Kiekvienas iš mūsų nuo kūrėjo iš esmės būtent. Bet nuo jo pirmiausia ir priklauso, ką jisai pasirinks. Čia taip pat mes turi būti visi sinergijoje.
Taip, absoliučiai. Ačiū labai už įdomią paskaitą. Labai įdomu. Ačiū. Tai pratęskime mūsų ciklą, pirmą dalį, po jos pailsėsim. Oleselės paskaitys mums dabar pranešimą, kurio tema vartotojiškumo katalizatoriai, priekybinės manipulacijos ar asmeninio sąmoningumo stoka. Tai kvieščiau Olesę. Žinau, kad jūsų labai didelė patirtis, įdomus straipsniai, daug klausytojų paskaitose. Tai tik žinot, ką noriu pasakyti, kad mes visi įžūlūs vartotojai. Mes negalim būti nevartotojai. Žmogus tik gimsta, jis jau vartoja. Tai vat įdomu išgirsti jūsų požiūrius, jūsų vertinimus apie tą vartotojiškumą.
Aš labai tikiuosi, kad aš atsakysiu bent iš dalies į jūsų klausimus šiandienos. Kaip ten su to vartojimu, kur yra tas viduriukas, kur yra tas balansas su karvytėm, voverytėm ir visko kitu. Okay, let's switch to English. I would love to share my thoughts from a bit different perspective. We've heard a lot of information. I hope your brain is still alive and not overflown with all this information. And it seems like we all know all these truths, right? It was not the first time we heard everything. But why we're still doing it? Take a look at ourselves now. How many of us sitting here with no polyester at all? How many of us sitting here with no fast fashion items at all? How many of us sitting here with only second-hand clothes, only ecological leather bags? I guess none, right? So I think the problem is not the lack of information. I think the problem is in our habits of consuming. So let's start. Excuse me for my English. God help me. I will try to do my best. So, you know, the momentum is a very powerful thing. We live now and we're thinking that this system is always been this way. Like, we always felt comfort, we always traveled, we always had the possibilities to explore, to have things, to try them, right? We get used to living like we live now. And we are thinking this system is unshakable, right? Like it has been for centuries. But it's not actually true. You see, as I mentioned just a second before, we get used to. We get used to hot coffee in the morning. We get used to hot shower in the evening. We get used to looking around and constantly comparing ourselves to everything we see and maintaining the idea of improvement, progress, having more, visiting more places, trying more food, right? To have a new handbag, to listen to the new music, to visit a new concert, right? We're always comparing, we're always wanting more, without absorbing what we already have. But if we look historically, it's not far away from now. People live totally different life. For example, it's not even 100 years difference where people didn't have hot shower, they didn't have electricity, they didn't have washing machines, vacuum cleaners, all the smart watches, computers, and other stuff we take for granted every day. You won't believe that in a mid-war period, in Lithuania, the chocolate was luxury. If a gentleman brought the chocolate to the date to give to his lady, it was a sign of very good gentleman, because chocolate was like, wow, right? And now we go to store, chocolate everywhere, this, that, 100% cocoa, like, it's very affordable, right? But it hasn't always been this way. So how many things in our nowadays lives are just lost its sparkle, its value, just because of overflow? So probably we can observe the statistics and try to reach out when all this consumerism happened, right? So basically we can see the spark of the usage of the materials, different ones, not only clothes and textiles, right? It's metals, minerals, food, all the materials. It's all about the middle of the 20th centuries, like it's about 1950s, 1970s, right? And if we're talking about textiles, there is already calculations showing us that textiles made from 1970s till now, the amount of textiles is bigger than all textiles made before 1970s. Like 50 years of consuming this way made an impact and obviously a waste over centuries before us. So this is huge amounts, right? And actually, it's like there's no surprise that it has a cost. We think we pay the price and the cost is paid, but no, it's not. Because there are some areas where money are not the thing that we calculate the cost, right? So in the past 50 years, I was talking about like producing materials, right? There are official statistics that 73% of wild populations declined. 73% of wild animal populations. And it's like the middle number before, because if we take different regions, we will have different percentage. For example, South America is doing like more than 90%, which is like insane. And we're all paying this cost, you see? Because it's not only because of environment for the animals, right? We can see the first photo, it's Amazon forest, and the impact gold mining made on it. It's illegal, but it's still existing. So there is no ecosystems for the animals left. But there is no ecosystems for us left. Because if we're talking about over-consuming, we're talking not only about products, we're talking about habits. And for example, over-traveling are causing massive damages for the people, because native European cities now experiencing huge crisis because of over-tourism. All the property, all the shops, local businesses are closing because it's adapting to please the tourists during the season. And during the not season, it's just ghost towns. So it's a huge problem already for us as well, right? So the resources is not endless, and there is not endless space for us as well. So it impacts us as well. So why this is happening? Like when we look at the statistics, when we look at the numbers, right? Photos, evidences, documentaries, it's like, what we're doing, we're like destroying the world we're living, like we're slowly destroying ourselves, basically, right? So why this is happening? How we can let it happen? So here I think if we start and observe the problem from a fashion perspective, like because we're talking about fashion, I'm a fashion designer, right? So let's start with fashion. Scientists say, and a lot of my colleagues mentioned today, the increase of making of synthetic fibers, right? So it was a rise in the 1950s, synthetic fibers became popular and mass-produced, so they say it was the problem why fashion industry blew, because now the people could make as much fabric as they want. It's one part of a problem, obviously, right? You don't have to wait for cotton or linen to grow. You don't dependent on the weather conditions, right? You need 50 tons. Okay, let's make it, right? You take fuel, you take oil and make it. But as we have already seen, it happens not only with fashion, right? My diagrams, it showed metal, minerals, all the other stuff. So probably the answer is not in the one specific field like fashion, and not one specific invention like polyester, right? And my guess that I'm not a sociologist. I don't have one slide here. Okay, we will do without it. I'm not a sociologist, but I think the problem is the shifting of a mindset of people after World War II. I don't know what happened then, but obviously something happened because all the human became very self-centered, and they started to want to have everything for themselves and to experience everything for themselves. For example, 1960s, right? The sex revolution, the contraceptive pill, right? Hedonism. People started to want everything for themselves. And while I still don't know why, and most of us still don't know why, but the marketing already knew it is happening, and they used it to make profits. First of all, fashion industry, later beauty industry, later fitness industry, later wellness industry, and now we have the whole bunch of industries which is profiting from our psychological needs, which we are not always aware of, right? Not everyone goes to the psychotherapy and knows their needs and how to deal with them. And marketing, they know us like the scan, right? They're not already selling us the product. It's pretty obvious, right? They're not selling the product, they're not selling the solution of a problem, as it was supposed like 5-10 years ago. Now they're selling us the problem with a solution straight away. So now if we observe our psychological needs, they don't sell us perfume, they sell us the romance. They don't sell us clothes, they sell the sense of belonging, right? For social groups being fashionable, belong to some sort of company, right? They don't sell us tires for our cars, they sell us safety. So it works on a very inner level, right? But I was thinking about Lithuanian consumerism a lot. And for a long time, you know, I thought that we have this post-Soviet Union syndrome, let's call it that, like, because in Soviet Union, we didn't have things. We didn't have access to all the goodies like in Western. And when Soviet Union collapsed, all the goodies flew to Lithuania from Turkey, China, later all the fast fashion, right? And a lot of my colleagues and me myself was thinking that we consume because we have this hunger. We haven't seen all this. But interesting fact emerges. Now we have a generation born in free Lithuania, and they consuming like insane. They consuming like that. They like, I don't know how to explain it, right? The consumerism just on top. Another category is wealthy people who are wealthy then, who are wealthy now, and they play by fast fashion rules. They buy one Birkin bag and then all the Zara pants and cheap stuff, like balancing, right? Just to be trendy, just to be fashionable, just to look nice on Instagram. And talking about this post-Soviet generation, actually, these are the most sustainable now because they still know how quality looks and they're seeking this quality and they're thinking about where they're gonna give their money. So it turns out that it's not only psychological needs, because we all have them, right? So something more is inside us, which helps us to decide to fall for trends, to fall for consumerism, or not to fall, like Shakespeare, right? To fall or not to fall. And actually, I think I have an answer, which I discovered at the ethics conference. I was participating in a conference of teachers of ethics in spring to read my lecture about sustainability again, how teacher can speak about sustainability with their students and blah, blah, blah. And it turns out I took more knowledge than I brought to them. Because actually, I think I found the missing part, why we're consuming this hard. And this part is ethics. And if we turn to Aristotle and his 4 virtues, we will observe some pretty obvious answers. First watcher is wisdom. Let me read. The ability to make moral decisions in specific life situation. How we acting when we know the information. We all know the information. We all know fast fashion, what fast fashion is doing. We know polyester is bad. How we act. Do we have wisdom to make true decisions? Another one is courage. The mean between fear or being coward and reckless rashness. How do we act if we see that the system doesn't fit our values? What do we do? Are we still participating in it? Are we still trying to adopt? Or do we have courage to say, I'm not going to do it, right? I'm not going to participate in it. It takes courage to not be in the mainstream, believe me. That's why a lot of teenagers fall, because they're young. They didn't develop courage yet, right? The third is temperance. Let me read, this one is good. The control of physical pleasures and desires, avoiding both overindulgence and complete insensibility. Like, there is no explanation needed, right? If we have desire, how we are managing it. Do we want it here and now, straight away with one button, right? Buy online, here and now, doesn't matter the price, doesn't matter the cost, trendy, I need it. Or do we have this ethics that makes us stop and rethink? You truly need this. And the fourth one is justice, the fair distribution of goods and respect for the laws within a community. And by community, I want to speak global, because people are not the only one species in this world. Do we have this respect and do we have this justice for coexisting with other living species, right? Is it fair how we act to please our needs? So it turns out when we search for ethics, it's not only production, it's not only industry we have to address our questions. It turns out, first of all, we have to look into mirror and ask ourselves, do we have the ethics in us, right? Do we have wisdom? Do we have our beliefs, morals, something that defines us as individuals? The boundaries we can't cross, and the boundaries we are willing to cross, to be courage, to be like to have the courage to break the system if we see it is wrong, right? So I think my point today is, yes, industry will manipulate. And they're doing it for centuries, like take a look at all these advertisements, right? There is always productions, there was always been businesses, goods, which was supposed to be sold to people. It's like, it's system. Yes, we all human beings with our psychological needs, and we always will consume. Evgenius, I agree with you. It's our nature. We always will consume. But, absolutely, but the difference and the answer and the opportunity for all of us to ask ourselves, are we still in charge of our consumerism and our choices? Are we still holding this situation, or industry just took us like a brainless, I don't know, something, right?
Puppets. Yeah.
Absolutely, absolutely. Right. So I think the question is, are we still in control of our ethics, desires, and beliefs? And that's probably where my main point today is. And the great example is that industries are actually shifting. It's like, when I saw this diagram, I was so happy, actually. And it's true. Like, as we can see, Gen Z consuming a lot less alcohol. And what result do we see? A bunch of non-alcoholic drinks, right? The industry responds. The industry changes. The industry offers us another product. They do it in textiles. They try to sell us not polyester, but lyocell, modal, right? All these man-made fibers. So it's half synthetical, theoretically, right? But what they don't do, nobody talks about reducing our consumerism, reducing production. So here is our chance to make an impact, because obviously we can, right? The industries are responsive, they are alive. Without profit, without our money, industries won't create such amounts of products, right? So yeah, basically the question is not for industries in this place. The question is for us, are we willing to switch comfort, fake control, self-smoothing mechanisms, right? And switch it towards ethics, towards better choices, towards truth to yourself in the first place. Go into therapy, for God's sake. It may work, because in conclusion, in the end of the day, when we only have ourselves, and we truly are what we do when nobody's watching, right? Thank you.
Just, I would like you to, first of all, I would like to confess. You showed on your picture number 2 or 3, rhinoceros, the small animal rhinoceros. Rodėt raganosį ten. Antroji skaidriai.
Seriously,
Parodykit.
there was right.
I have to confess, tai noriu išpažinti, kaip sako, išeiti išpažinti.
I don't think we have access to
Okay, doesn't matter. Ten buvo raganosis. Aš turiu raganosio batus iš Pietų Afrikos ir visą laiką mane graužė sąžinė, kad čia raganosis, bet aš labai juos myliu. Taip, aš
jeigu jūs
myliu
juos
juos.
mylit, jeigu jūs dėvėsit ir turėsit iki pamėlynavimo,
Avėsim iki, taip.
palikimu,
Taip.
raganosio mirtis nebuvo beprasmė.
Ačiū už paaiškinimą. Aš manau, kad daugeliu taip pat, kas turi tikrus odinius gaminius, jie tikrai jaučiasi savotiškai tie žmonės, nes štai oda, užmuštas gyvulėlis, bet taip gražu, taip reikia.
Jeigu tęsiant trumpai apie odas, mes turime suprasti vieną dalyką, ne? Kad šiuolaikinės odos pramonė labai kolaboruoja su maisto pramonė. Ir dauguma odos, kuri patenka į galanterijos pramonę, jinai ateina kaip atlieka maisto pramonės. Tai jinai būtų tiesiog išmesta, nes vis tiek jūs valgot karvytės, galvijus ir ta oda vis tiek bus. Tai jūs tada nevalgykite karvyčių, pradėkim nuo to, ne? Kitas dalykas, oda labai ilgamžė. Beprotiškai ilgamžė. Ir sensta nepaprastai gražiai.
Gamtoje.
Jeigu išmesit, visų pirma dėvėsiu aš, mano vaikas, mano
ir taip
anūkas,
toliau,
tada išmesim ir jinai, jeigu nebuvo dažyta Forever Chemicals, šiuolaikinė oda greičiausiai bus, bet, žodžiu, su pėdsaku, bet jie išnyks. Saikas.
Taip, neturiu.
Ir kaina. Mes turim pasiruošę mokėti kainą. Atitinkamą.
Žinote, kaip ten dainavo Edith Piaf, kuris sakė, tu sąsat žolį, visą tai labai gražu, bet kaip įgyvendinti? Žiūrėkit, visi mes esame komforto medžiotojai, mes visi hedonistai, mes visi norim gražiai gyventi, elegantiškai atrodyti. Kiek save neįkalbinėtum, aš tikrai irgi eidamas kur nors į parduotuvę, drabužių parduotuvę ar aksesuarų, aš negaliu, aš nekontroliuoju savęs, ką daryti, aš žinau, kad man reikia, aš galiu įkalbėti, kad galbūt nereikia, bet man reikia ir aš žinau, o jeigu nereikia, tai tikrai reikės, kada nors reikės ir dabar gera proga įsigyti ir taip toliau. Čia man jau reikia baigti. Tai va, bet aš dar noriu pasakyti kitą dalyką. Vat, koks yra to dvasinio ir intelektinio veiksnio santykis su medžiagiškumu? Mes tą turėtumėm dar aptarti. Taip, po to mes visgi turėtumėm suvokti, kad brangus ir nederinys, tai vat, tas derinys brangus ir ne, jūs sakėte, ten rankinė, tarkime, Hermes, o visa kita Zara. Tas derinys, jisai tenkina mūsų poreikį savivertės, saviraiškos, įsimenamumo ir noro, to nenumaldomo noro atsinaujinti, keistis. Tai yra įgimti dalykai.
Jeigu mes tenkintumėm šį poreikį sąžiningai prieš save, tame nėra nieko blogo, bet labai dažnai žmonės, kurie tenka ir daro tą miksą, jie daro ne tam, kad formuoti savo stilių arba perkelti savo asmenybę į išorę. Labai dažnai tai yra žaidimas vertės. Aš noriu atrodyti vertingas, bet negaliu sau leisti pilnos vertės.
Aš noriu būti savimi vertingas toks koks. Ačiū, labai ačiū, labai ačiū. Aš turiu gerą žinią. I have a very good news. We shall not make a break. We shall continue our presentations. Just it was my personal mistake. I feel sometimes that, I would like to have a break, but we shall not have it. And actually, I would like to invite for discussion Gwenda Carmel, Reciclica, metodas madai, recycling, a method for fashion. Mūsų pranešėjai iš Italijos. Will you speak English? Hello. Nice to meet you.
Hello.
You are second time in Lithuania.
The third.
The third time. Trečią kartą Lietuvoj. Paplokim, kad atvažiuojam, kad... So, I give you a stage.
Thank you. I will be very quick, so you may have your break. With the... Okay. I will try to say into the 15 minutes, because what I think is important is also to be consistent and absolutely specific. So we are here to talk of circularity in fashion, and I see that in the last 3 years we improved the dialogue a lot. And I'm here to present what a bunch of us, teachers in a fashion school, decided can be a proposal for a method to apply what we hear during these 2 hours of talks. What does it mean? Reciclica is a name we gave to this method, is that to arrive to all the, to arrive to all the, let's say, actions that we talk about this morning, like to do biodesign, to do this, to do that. And if you are teaching in a fashion school, which is basically the temple of creativity, I think you should address this creativity through the sustainability. And that, I mean, yeah, because we started this talk talking of how much we may use AI, but we don't want that tomorrow to produce sustainable fashion is AI to dictate us how to draw, how to do fashion. Because if it's now fashion is in crisis, and it is in crisis, in a big crisis, is because probably has become too much a business and a little less an applied art that was, as was supposed to be born. So how to go from fashion to sustainable, responsible fashion, maintaining the human being, the creativity of a fashion designer who is a bit of an artist in the center. Otherwise, the risk is that tomorrow you press a button and the system and AI will tell you exactly how to draw. And we don't want that. Otherwise, myself teaching in a fashion school would be absolutely useless. Because of course, myself and the other teachers, we prize a lot our students. So what is the proposal of this method? Very basic. Framework, okay? Framework, as other colleagues today said, of course you have to evaluate data, even if they're boring. When you are considering the aspects, it's impossible not to start from data. And actually, the main data are those who are telling you the worst information, like 80% of waste, okay? That's the main one. It means a lot. And just 13% of recycle of which 1% is going inside the circle again. That means that you designer, fashion designer, I don't know if you are a fashion designer, but I know there is one there, are not using now fabrics in a sustainable way, okay? So let's have a look to framework is made of. Let's have a look to the numbers. Then let's consider the 4 areas of impacts, okay? Because of course you cannot go in the dark and say, how may I be sustainable? You need a framework. Okay, so you know that one impact is environment. One impact is social, very easy. You are producing in a country where the human rights are touched in a very serious way, but even in Italy, I come from Italy sometimes, the social aspect is very important. Then you have the economical aspect that is not being told. Today we didn't talk about economical aspects. First of all is profit. All the fashion industry is derived from profit. I worked for 25 years, of which I would say 18 designers and manager, and the balance just manager, of lots of money. And what they requested to myself every single year was to improve the profit. Improve the profit is that you have to down the cost. To down the cost is 2 things, material or social. I have to admit that usually social. Sorry, but that's true. And then an aspect that to myself is extremely important is cultural. What we are doing here is culture, okay? We are promoting an awareness. So the cultural aspect is extremely important in fashion. When you are drawing, you fashion designer, for a size which is not, let's say, a fashion size, you are doing an extremely important gesture at the level of culture and social. For instance, I give you an example. We are going to an event on the 29th. One of our young designers of the university for which I work has presented a size 44. It's 1 week that we are looking for a model size 44 because there are no model size 44. So we said, but this is, you know, a young designer, she's thinking to body positivity, to things that are appealing for all the body. How comes that there is not a model that is a 44? That's impossible. So when you are splitting in these 4 areas, let's say, you can start to think that all these areas are connected between themselves. Now here you see the cake of the 30 goals of the agenda, just to see that even the 30 goals of, the 17 goals of the 30 agenda are connected by themselves, okay? So all these areas are connected. The aspects of one area are impacting on the other one. Because if I am drawing a fashion issue for, you know, that has to be nice on different sizes, I am impacting not just from the cultural aspect, but it may be also economical, I would say, because if the shape I am creating doesn't require to be developed in many sizes, I am reducing also cost, for sure, because every single size development is cost, but also the risk of waste, because if the shape is a smart shape and it suits to more than one size, the risk of waste declines, because of course, when you have very tight fashion styles and they are not fitting well, that's one of the main causes of waste. So all the aspects are connected. Why? Because the other aspect that the fashion designer has to have in his mind, so I repeat, data for sector, be aware that all these sectors have different impacts but connected between them. Why? Because we are exploring a very complex reality. I think that before someone was saying, I don't know who, was saying, yeah, but we are changing so fast. That's true. I mean, we are living a contemporaneity in which the velocity is really much more than in the past. AI now is shaping ourselves, our mind. Probably some of you are parents of young children. Those young children at in 20 years will be the first generation totally educated from AI. So imagine the impact in 20 years. So to navigate this complexity, a modern fashion designer has to develop what I think that the word systemic was already being said here before, a systemic approach. Systemic is the opposite of systematic. It means that it has to be able to see a sort of ecosystem, like in nature, you know, and the nature is the first example of a system, and to respond to the system simultaneously and to understand the relation. So really requests a very, very quick mind. That's also another reason I think that AI is for sure is very interesting, but please pay attention that if you demand your attitude to be systemic to a machine, you lose your ability to be quick on yourself, okay? So, and that's especially if you're a creative person is extremely important. So a systemic thinking, this is a is part of the method, okay? So the method is framework, data for sector, aspects, systemic thinking. When you have this idea of systemic, what in the fashion industry is usually called you know, you probably have heard about the value chain. No, they always talk about value chain in the fashion system. But the value chain is made in a way that who is here is not in the middle and is not in the end. I'm talking also of the actors of the entire fashion industry. So a designer is not the one who decides the communication and the marketing. Never. They probably will ask him, but then they will decide. So the method that we are is a proposal of teaching that we are trying to apply. I think that it's 3 years, so really very, very, very young. But when you're a designer, you're thinking of your design, you are thinking also to the cultural content that the design has, with the idea that then you may forward them also to marketing and communication. The phenomena of the greenwashing comes because the marketing recognize that you have to be sustainable. And what do? They create pre-confectioned contents that sometimes are nothing to do with the design. But if the design is a bio-design, and I think that before someone was talking of bio-design, has already in it is content, is value. So, so the systemic approach bring to a value circle that is not a value chain and is not just a claim, is really the fact that everyone, all the actors of the fashion process has to be connected, because otherwise, when the first speaker was like, AI can help us, yes, but if AI, as I said before, will dictate what you have to draw, I don't know. So sounds very boring for a real designer. Recyclica is basically a method, okay, and comes from, but I don't want to explain to you what does it mean, because this is not the point. The point is, it means that you have to turn back on this circle, and every time you get new value. This is the method. The method I really teach to my students, okay? So first of all, they don't start from sketch, but they start from material. Because the first question they have to pose to themselves is, okay, what is the end of life for what I'm drawing? So I'm wearing cotton, second hand with a little bit of polyester, but you can split the two. So, okay, organic cotton can, okay, have a long life. So the first thing when they choose material is to ask to themselves, are they recycled? Very good, because that means to impact the 30% the environmental, to decrease for the set 30% environmental, because it simply means that you don't produce. So the environmental impact is much less. And then the second question is this things that I'm drawing easily recyclable, like materialities, all the accessories are, is very complicated to divide it in parts. Yes, no, it's a question you can make to yourself. Then design comes all another questions that you can ask to yourself. Is this fitting just these sizes, more sizes? You know, now I don't want to bore you with all the, but let's say that the students at that part has to ask to themselves lots and lots of questions. Then production, where is produced? Is it far? Is it close? Is the production place sustainable or not? Is an all question. Logistic, the same. Now I go very quick, but who of you is in fashion may easily understand the quantity of questions that each sector is bringing to a designer, and how much the answers are connected. Then there is the distribution, which is very important. We didn't talk, but fast fashion is very impactful, not only because it's based on the fact that you have to change a trend, it's very quick, it's based on, especially brand as Shane, very little price, so that means also exploitation of the social workers and blah, blah. But is also very impactful because of the format of distribution. A Zara shop with 5,000 square meters of floors full of merchandise. And part of that merchandise is planned just because it's written somewhere that has to provide that kind of sales and that kind of profit. And it's not true like this, and part will be destroyed, will be sent in Ghana or in Chile or whatever. So also distribution is very important, and a designer, especially if it's independent, and to understand how much this impact. There are models like made to order, I don't know if you know what it is, that are much more sustainable than others, because that means that you, customer, you like this jacket, you ask me how much time do I need to have it? I say 15 days. If you really price quality, you wait. But even the big chain can do this, because Zara is not obliged to have all the stock in shop. Even there, you can wait 1 week. And I mean, there is a lot that can be done, and a lot of questions that you can do to yourself in that sector. In the end, the last sector, that is the one that I think is, here is a very quick summary of kind of action, virtuous actions that designers can plan, like, for instance, material. Everybody knows that it's very difficult to have all the certification or to have materials with all the It is important, because if cotton is organic, it has to be certain certification. Otherwise, it's a claim. Okay, recyclability, we said. Carbon footprint is extremely important. If you use linen and you think that linen is always perfect, natural, no, it's not true. Because if linen is come from China with extremely exploitative kind of agriculture, and it's used water and whatever, it is not so, the footprint can be impactful, okay? Much more than maybe hemp or other fabric. Then design, I said, so reverse design, design for durability, scale, upcycling. We are a lot talking of upcycle. One thing that we talk a lot with the students is that upcycle is very nice, but you cannot fill a shop with upcycle. You have to learn how to scale it, because if you scale a pair in upcycle, a pair of denim, it's plenty of denim. If you want to scale this jacket, which is probably, it's very difficult. So it's very important also to learn how to do certain processes and how to apply your creativity to certain processes. Production, which is, I suppose, very understandable for everybody. You know, production is logistic. Logistic, we don't talk of logistic too much, but logistic is very important, especially if you have your brand, to think exactly where do you produce, how you do distribute, how, you know, also the distances, because of course, if you import wool from New Zealand, you have this wool worked in China, that you work in Italy, then you export to USA, maybe the impact of transportation is pretty big, okay? Distribution, I just said, the business model you choose. And the last part, which I think is extremely important, and we have talked a lot about that, is to educate the client, the customer, who is not anymore a consumer. It was a consumer for the last, let's say, 30 years, 20. And that's the reason we are here, where we are talking of sustainable fashion. So it's very important to make the customer, the client, a part of the process, because the end of life of a garment is also responsibility of the client. That means you have to explain to him, her, how to care, repair, but also to throw. In Italy, but I think everywhere we have a law where you cannot throw textile in a normal bin. No one knows it, and everybody still threw it in normal bins, the textile. But if you threw it in the proper bins, maybe that 1% of waste that comes back in the fashion model, fashion process, can improve more easily. But this is about greenwashing, and I think I was mentioning life cycle awareness. So this is basically the method we are teaching. And about AI, which I think that technology is extremely important to boost the processes, not to replace the human. I think that creativity of fashion has to stay at the center. I think that young fashion designers are asked to invent new way of make fashion glamorous again, not in a sense that, but it's fun again, okay? Because now it's really boring to dress up and to spend money in clothes. Everyone prefers to go to a trip, to go to a restaurant, to spend money in the house. Fashion is not exciting anymore, and so young designers are asked to go back. So going back to technology, what we are trying to do but to improve is to use technology to build up a very simple tool that is measuring the footprint. So that means that you, young designer, you design this jacket, for instance, you put it in a system, you say, this is the fabric I'm going to use, this is a paper pattern, blah, 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 I'm going to produce it in, I don't know, in Italy or whatever. And the system gives you back the footprint. I give you a very simple example. Considering the work of my students, at one point I noticed that one of the students proposed a design who was producing the 40% of waste of fabric. When you see this, and the system AI can easily give you, I mean, technology, but also AI tomorrow applied, can even easily give you back this information. That means that you have to go back and to redesign. Because if you are producing already the 40% of waste because you're not plussing, I mean, your design is not possible to do a perfect placement. I'm not saying of zero waste, but this would be a good goal for a fashion designer of tomorrow to work in zero waste and to use all the microbic waste of the fabric he left. Maybe not very easy, but can be a good goal. So in this way, also AI can be part of our path, but not stealing the creativity to redesign the circular process from the design point of view, which in my opinion is the most important figure in the fashion process. I don't know how many minutes, but you can do your... You can have your coffee now.
Thank you very much for your beautiful, very, very vital presentation, very dynamic. I still have 2 questions. How many Italians, kiek italų, when they buy, they look at the etiquette inside?
I think that now, young people is much better. And you know where they start? They start from beauty. Because if you ask to these young girls, they all, I think, they seem all very used to look at the inchy of beauty. That means that you are looking if the materials you're putting on your skin are, you know, impactful on your skin or not.
Good habit. Good habit.
It's a habit. I think I have two young, not children now anymore, but 2 sons, and sons and daughter, and they look at it. And I think that young people start also to consider like, is 100% same material? Yes, that's good. Is recyclable? Yes, that's good. Where it comes, I think, but in fashion, I mean, our students, they do.
Great.
But I think that...
I wonder just if Lithuanians do that.
Do you check your label? You see, you check your label.
Pasitikrinate, taip.
Okay. Yeah.
Nes čia visiškai nebūta mano kartoj, čia net į galvą neteitų tokie dalykai. And the next very shortly question is, if we have such factors, I would say, social factors as collective mind, undermined, and personal mind and undermined. In the context of fashion, collective mind and undermined. What does it mean for you?
I don't understand.
You know, we do
collective
mind.
I was thinking
Yeah.
collective. No, I was thinking
Yeah.
to collect.
No,
Because
no.
now in fashion there is this trend of archive, so I wasn't a little bit confused. Okay, understood. I think we have to work on collective mind, starting from some pioneers.
Yeah.
I mean, I hope all young designers or people like you, because you have visibility, so you may use your personal individuality to boost and to build up a collective awareness of what it means to pay attention to when we draw fashion and when we wear fashion.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you. Dar kartą padėkokim Guendai Kermel. Ir mūsų, kaip suprantu, Monika dabar užbaigs mūsų seką gražių pranešimų. Prašau, Monika. Ir tai aš jūsų Linkevič, pavardės neperskaičiau, nespėjau. Tvarkoj. Tai jūsų tema bus panaudoti, taisyti, dėvėti iš naujo. Naujas požiūris į tekstilę Lietuvoje.
Taip.
Paklausykim, koks tas naujas požiūris.
Okay. Good afternoon. It's a pleasure to have you all here today. My name is Monika Linkevich. I am from Vilnius Tech Sustainability Hub. And today I want to introduce the circularity topic in case of Lithuania, and also more specifically look into clothing, not something as we simply just buy, use, and then just discard. In case, start thinking about the terms reuse, repair, and rewear. During this presentation, I want you to keep in mind one thing, that circularity is not a trend. It is a system, and this system requires much more than just recycling. It requires us to rethink the whole product design. How long do we use them? Also, what happens with the product afterwards? For sure, this thinking is increasingly reflected in European policy. Almost a decade, the direction was simply clear that we should preserve the product value as long as it's possible, reduce waste, and of course, use our resources more efficiently. And the key solution for that is, of course, the eco-design. Eco-design means that we can think about the sustainability when the product only reaches the bin. It should be considered through the whole product value chain. We should think even before the product exists. And also the eco-design applied for the textile manufacturing. So let's take a look at the generation of textile waste in 2020 in kilograms per capita. We don't have to read all these diagram, but let's take a look. Where is the Lithuania? Lithuania is at the top end in European picture. That is sadly for us. If we will take the closer look, about 18 kilograms per capita of textile waste ending up in mixed municipal waste, 3.3 kilograms collected separately from economic activities, and 1.5 collected separately from households. So let's take an average 18 kilograms that I am the one person who generates this amount of the textile waste. So imagine we are a family of 4. 4 times 18 is 72 kilograms per year we generate each year by one family. But thankfully, our behavior changes, and Lithuania started increasing textile waste collecting system, eco-service textile sorting center, around 6,000 tons of textile collected last year. 75% was reused as second-hand clothing, 20% was converted into energy, and only 5% was recycled into cleaning clothes. From these numbers, we see that just collecting textile waste doesn't make an impact and automatically doesn't do the circularity. So here raises the question, is that the only way? And what if I would say that the solution is much more easier and every one of us can start just right now? Now I want to present some initiatives that are in Lithuania. The first one is the Dėkui network station, where just people can bring their no more needed clothes, books, shoes, dishes, but those things could be needed by someone else, and this is so important. This principle of sharing items is so simple, and every one of us can do this, and also who needs the things that we left here can take it with any fee. The second one is the Vinted platform. And of course, I joke that everyone can be the entrepreneur in our homes. Just in a few clicks, we can sell our clothes, our things that we don't need, and of course creating the money value of these things that we have at home instead of there to like laying somewhere in our closet. If we are lazy to do the both, the Dėkui station and the Vinted, if it's too complicated, like, and then I'll take a photo, upload, and then sell, we can bring our clothes to the Luptex. So Luptex is also a place where you can just bring your clothes. And after that, they are preparing your clothes, all that you bring, they are cleaning, upcycling your clothes and preparing for the selling. Also, Luptex is educating about the textile, so it's very lovely. I am sure that every one of us has this one, our lovely t-shirt that maybe is stained or maybe somewhere ripped. And like, it's a shame to throw it away, so we're keeping it. So they think it is the solution for us. We can just send them our item, and they will take care of it for you to like, I don't know, to make a longer this life cycle of your thing. So yeah. My presentation was the farthest, but I think that the principle of circularity is simply clear. And the thing I want you to get in mind that just saying recycle doesn't make an impact. We should normalize those activities as normal. And yeah, so thank you.
Thank you, Monica. Monica, still I have a very, very short question for you as well. I will torture you a little bit, okay? So do you think that it's possible to convince, or how many people in abstract way is possible to convince to recycle, to take part in that activity? Which methods would work to convince them to do that?
Everyone can do that, and of course it comes from the personal initiative.
Yes, it does. Yeah.
So, like, you can't say for someone like, "Hey, you have to." Like, no, it's the negative reaction for the people causes, and you're like, no, I will never do that. So it's like you just have to show these simple examples.
Yourself, you should
Yeah, you can.
demonstrate
Yeah.
your goodwill and just as an example for the others.
Of course.
And how to make them believe, yeah, I'm doing a good thing. Yeah, it's okay. And what for? They would ask, especially here, I imagine our people still mostly would say, what for? Because finally that recycle process will not happen as it is told will happen, and so on. So they cheat. They, but how to convince anyway? Is that a very effective method or way to convince? Look, you will be better. You will be your children will be healthy or what?
Just by saying.
Sorry?
Just by saying, of course, nothing comes to my mind, just the personal experience.
Think about that.
Yeah,
Okay?
I will.
Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you. Ačiū labai. Tai dabar mes susirinksim paneliai pokalbiui. We shall continue with the panel. So all participants are informed. And Indre, where are you? I don't see Indre, but Sergei, we shall make our panel where? Here? Yeah, okay. So in very few minutes, let's reunite ourselves for panel. And I invite Dr. Ingrida Padleckienė, Claire, Serge, I don't know, Rashad is present or not, Lesa, me. So we shall make a small discussion, okay? It's a very few minutes. You can take a juice or coffee, whatever. Ten kažkas yra kava, kažkas. Jo. Tai kelios minutės. Few minutes.
We have a public from home. If I well understood, correct me if I'm wrong, we have a group of students following us. So for them, probably the first question about you, a singular question, is a way to know who you are and what did you say during the past hours. I will read. And then probably we will, if we have time, so I will really ask to all of you to stay into the 3 minutes. And then if we have time, we can pose 1 or 2 questions, the same to everybody. And then the students may ask us, you, further. Okay? Allora, starting from, I have to, Ingrida. Allora, start from Ingrida. Would you like to present yourself first? So,
Yeah, so I'm Ingrida. I am from FTMC, from Research Center in Vilnius, and the Department of Bonus. And yeah, I'm a researcher working in textile area more than
textile area. So,
yeah, more than
where
20
are
years.
we in textile area?
Yeah,
area.
where we are. So it's a really changing time that with the circularity and in the end step where we need to recycle textile. So we have 2 main options. We have mechanical recycle, where we destroy the textile fabric into the small fibers and then make new yarn and then product itself. But what is the challenge here? That the recycled yarn in mechanical way will not be the same anymore. It will be from the shorter fibers because we break it. So it is, the quality is lower. Yeah, yeah. Then as well with the mechanical recycle, we can decrease the size of the items and make some cleaning cloths and so on. But it is not real recycling. It's like downcycling, just to use it for other purpose. Then other option is chemical recycling. With chemical recycling is in general looks nice and fine. And when we have chemical recycling, we give back all
what
the
is
same.
for our students exactly the process? Not in detail, but very
So
not
for
exactly.
example,
Okay, general. In general, the process.
Yeah, so the main common is recycled polyester that now we have in
With
lots
chemicals.
of labels. Yeah, so all the collected recycled items are melted. So they are returned back to polymer level to melt it, and then they extrude it through the filiers and new fiber is done. So here we have very, very close or even same properties, and we can achieve same quality as we had before. Okay. Yeah. But what is the challenge here as well? You know, what technology without challenges, that if we have mix or blend like polyester and cotton, then it's a challenge. Then we need to, with some additional chemicals, we need to remove, let's say, cotton, one of the components, and then we have polyester, right?
I see.
Yeah, so what does it mean? It's not cost efficient because we need chemicals.
And also
additional
energy,
ones,
so I
and
suppose that the
energy and so
footprint
on.
is
So
also higher.
for now, usually if there is a blend, then it ends up.
Okay, so we are
elsewhere.
not even halfway.
Yeah, yeah,
Okay.
lots of things coming.
Okay, so sorry, forgive me for this part. Okay, now let's pass to Claire. Would you like to present yourself with name and surname, because I can arrive to Claire? And then I do my question.
Yeah, absolutely. So I'm Claire de Ficoldani, and I'm French Italian, and I'm a textile designer specialized in weaving, and I'm currently doing a master's in by design at Central St. Martin's in London.
Oh, very interesting. With the glasses. So the question regarding, of course, we are talking of circularity in fashion. Is can biodesign accelerate circular fashion?
I think absolutely, in the sense that by design utilizes circularity, but it actually pushes it forward. So it challenges it at every step because it is a mindset and because it is a model rather than like a full process itself. And because circularity is already supposed to be something that's quite localized and really adapted to every situation, and it's not a one solution, one scaled project. Like it has to be specific to each place, each project, and by design responds to those same codes. So it can definitely accelerate it because it's challenging it even more and it's pushing what we already know of circularity. But mostly it also depends what we mean by accelerating it, because in kind of today's industry, we think of accelerating it by making it more cost efficient, like more profitable, like all of these things, and like making it fast
For
production.
you is what?
But it's
Accelerate.
accelerating it as making it maybe like spread worldwide, like as a way
Of
of
course,
functioning,
yeah.
like spreading, like accelerating it in a way that it becomes the more popular
Very
option,
clear, very
rather
clear.
than it being so consumer driven, for instance, we're still not detaching from the core principle of considering what's around it. But part of that is a lot through education. And
Very interesting your point of what does it mean accelerating, talking of this specific model. So thank you. I hope it's interesting for the students because this is very crucial. Okay, sorry, all this time. Okay, now Serge, the designer. Would you like to introduce yourself first?
Yes, my name is Serge. Yeah, I'm a designer. I'm creating some things that people love. And I'm one of organizers of this event. I'm art director of the Sustainable Fashion Week. And I'm very happy that we are here and we are talking about sustainability.
Allora, the question for you is, can creativity, big topic, can creativity drive circular fashion?
I think there is not question can, there's a question must. Creativity must drive circularity, must drive sustainability. And when we had a talk 5-6 years ago, it was just extra value for fashion, but now it's coded into fashion, sustainability and circularity, and we have rethink about it, rethink about production. That our production here, they're not stop it. It's every day. Zara exists. The other brands, fast fashion brands, is growing. Of course, there's a big greenwashing. Okay, on one hand, they say that we are recycling, we are doing very lot good things, but they are producing. They are our production of our planet. So the sustainability and circularity must be coded in the fashion.
Okay, thank you. Rashad wasn't in time. The designer was coming from the USA. So Jules, would you like to introduce yourself before I start with the question?
Yes. My name is Jules Hornaert. I'm from Belgium, but I moved to Rome to go study sustainable fashion design at Rufa University, where Gwenna is my professor.
And she's finishing the 3rd year. She's a very interesting designer, I think. I shouldn't say it. Can new designers shape the future of fashion? Young designers, I add.
I hope so. I think so. I think we have to. I think it's, like you said, it's not a can. I think it's a must. Because how it's looking now, it's not looking very well. So I think we need to not only shape, but reshape the future of fashion. And I don't think it will be easy. And I think it's very, very necessary that we have to not only work as the young designers, but team up with the older designers. Because we already have so much information and knowledge in this world. And I think we need to work together as a team and see how we can move forward.
And what do you do to shape your future?
What do I do to shape?
Not your future. Your future as a fashion designer, of course, is not so personal.
I think with my work, I want to let the people think a little bit more about what they are consuming and how they are living. For example, for tomorrow, I will show a top made out of labels to remind the people to take a look at the label before they buy something. Because if you have a piece of garment that is a bunch of different fibers, then it's already lost. So I think it's a very easy way and a good start to start living more sustainable on the fashion level. So yeah.
Thank you. Good question. A good answer. Sorry. And now we pass to Olesia. That it's the second time we meet here.
Yes.
We met.
Yes.
And always very interesting. I really appreciate today your intervent on ethic. I think it's something we have to work a lot. So if you want to introduce a little bit yourself for the students that are at home.
Yeah, sure. My name is Olesia, and I'm a fashion designer working in upcycling field. It means I take second-hand clothes, obviously good quality, good fiber, second-hand clothes, and make new designs out of them. So I do lectures and workshops as well to encourage people to participate in sustainable fashion, not only read about it, not only watch television podcasts, but try it for themselves to convince that it's really easy and fun, actually. So yeah, and try and bring this sustainable creativity to the world.
Yeah. And the question for you is, does the I will change this word. Does the consumer know? Because the first thing that we have to learn is not to call him or her a consumer, because otherwise it's fast fashion if you consume and you throw away. So does the client really need circular fashion?
You know, again, I'm not a human working in social observations, right? Because this theme is huge. It has a lot of aspects. But I will answer as a designer who works with clients and as educator who sees the response to the sustainable theme. So I think part of clients, people, I definitely don't need circular fashion. They say, I will live the way I live, and you can go to hell with your sustainability, and it's the way I am, and that's it. And it's really the case. We don't need to put our energy there. Other group of people absolutely need sustainability. They see the value, they see the purpose, they see the problem, and they thrive in and supporting all kinds of initiatives. I call them activists, actually, because by choosing, they vote in what world they want to live in.
So let's say that they need it when they get aware how much important. So
yes,
what also you was saying, no? That
yeah.
When we talk about what does it mean active? No, what was the word? Accelerate.
Yeah.
And accelerate is to spread also. So the last question is for you.
Can I finish my? Can I finish? Because it's not two group of people. There are three group of people, and the third one is people who doesn't know they need it. And this group of people, maybe they don't have knowledge, maybe they don't know how to adapt sustainability, maybe they don't have tools or imagination, but they are willing to know and they are willing to do something with situation we have. And that's the critical mass. I think all of us should work together. I can't agree more with my young colleague. We should be a team, right? Young designers, existing designers, all type of creatives, because actually all of us is doing one thing. We are fighting huge industry with trillions of dollars, right? So we have to unite to make the powers even, right? So I think we have people, we just need to find a way to speak to their needs.
Personally, I think that we, not just the people seated here, but the community that is supporting the circular and the sustainable fashion has did a lot. Because when I see Miu Miu coming out with the perfect scale upcycling, I mean, I know that is a marketing thing, but it's well done. And a lot of people will copy what she did with the little mini skirt that became viral, and that was a very good example of scaling up. So I think that the community did already something. So now to Evgeny. I know already who you are in 3 years, but maybe some students, they don't. I don't know if it's possible.
Changes.
Okay, so present yourself and then I will do the question.
So this year I stopped my courses. I don't give them anymore, but still I have some very interesting projects concerning our, I would say, way of life as well. That domain still is my domain. But I think that what I have done yet during those more than 20 years will be not for nothing. Probably my students have got some knowledge, some ideas. I see some progress in their minds, in their thinking, and that gives me a big pleasure. Also, all the opportunities to travel the world, to read my courses, to have my courses abroad, in different countries, in different cultures, that gave me, for myself, a lot of knowledge and understanding of what's happening in the field of fashion, like a phenomena.
Where do you go abroad?
I have been in Finland and Portugal.
Not Korea?
Not Korea, but in Malaysia.
Because I was very curious of those countries, how they are, the awareness of what we are talking, because I know that in Japan they are very, upcycle,
yes,
scale,
they are very progressive.
So I was very curious about the students there.
I have opportunity to see TV, South Korean TV, so indeed I'm surprised.
I know that in Japan, this is interesting, sorry, that they are already, they don't have any more, I've never been, but my daughter told me that they don't have any more, they have vintage, but lots of shops are doing upcycling. So they pass to the second step, like already working on.
Gwenda, that means that the sellers, they teach, as we talked during, they teach people, they change collective mind.
Yeah, exactly what
consumers' mind, collective mind, to accept that modern ways to approach the fashion without losing, without ignoring your wishes, your understanding about your identity, yourself, and so on and so on. It's indeed the domain.
So I think you already answered to the question, because the question was that I didn't read it, but what you are saying is, can circular fashion become the new fashion culture? And it's very close to what you're saying, that spreading
to some extent, or probably I would say yes. It depends on interpretation. What do you put into that understanding culture and fashion culture? You know, that two segments. Fashion like phenomena, and culture as well is a phenomena, a social phenomena. So when we unite two segments in one, we have a beautiful, or we could have a beautiful result. And first of all, when you speak about fashion, I always mean in translation in Lithuanian, we should speak more about appearance culture. And in that field, we see fashion part path of fashion. So it's not everything what we wear is fashion for us in our understanding. So it's just more trends we imagine when we say fashion. But when we speak about culture and culture of appearance, yes, I would say yes, because there is a lot of factors inside. It's emotional, aesthetical, identical of your identity, and so on and so on. So it's a very, very...
So you're suggesting that collective mind is more influenced from fashion of appearance,
yes,
that from fashion translated in trends, correct?
You see, that will not disappear, the trends.
Lifestyle, maybe.
Yeah,
you don't
lifestyle,
want to put
it appears like that. We don't know where from, when. But it also depends on individual talents of creators, of initiators of the trends. What Cornelia was saying.
I interrupt you because I will make a question the same to all of you, starting from Olesa. Olesa, correct?
Yep.
Okay, I always...
It's okay.
You name it. First one I say one. Allora, if circular fashion has to start from end of life, what are, from your perspective, of course, each one as yours own and experience, the most important aspect a designer need to take into account from your perspective? She will have another one.
Do you want to start?
No,
I need
to start. You are a designer.
Well, probably, I guess for now, I will continue my thought of my presentation. Probably it's ethics.
Ethics.
Your inner ethics as a human being.
I want to recap your answer because we have to go quick.
Yeah.
For the students. So your idea is that a circular design, let's call it like this, should start from asking himself, herself, some question about ethics. Is this ethically sustainable?
Absolutely.
Yes? Okay,
yeah.
Good.
Is it ethical to yourself, to community, to the world? Is it fair? Is it like all the things I mentioned in presentation, right? Because ethics, we think about ethics and we imagine that it's like how you put fork and knife on your table, but it's not.
But
yeah, ethics. You know, I think a lot of minds became very narrow. So maybe I'm over-explaining myself, excuse me, but I feel like a lot of people simplify the meaning of ethics to very basic levels. And truly, the ethics is the way we are existing and coexisting in this world, right? With respect for ourselves, for our colleagues, for the environment, for the whole world, right? So I think that's the main point.
She means, by saying ethics in a very short term, correct behavior.
I was a little confused because ethic, I consider it from a philosophical point of view.
Yeah, but you know, correct behavior is connected to different cultures a lot. Which is correct in Japan, gonna be not correct in South Africa. So it's like, you know, it's very different.
See,
but ethics
has just one meaning, as is philosophical.
Yeah, and I think it's like uniting us as human beings. What difference us from mammals, like from dolphins and elephants? What makes us human, right? It's how we coexist. And I think if you are thinking about circular fashion and being in this field, you should start from this deep, deep level. Because if you come to the fashion industry, the fashion world as a creator, and you'll say, I want to make sustainable fashion, so I will choose organic fibers. It's only one aspect from a million. You can't work in one aspect and call yourself sustainable. It never works because everything is so deeply connected. So if you have this base, this deep feeling of belonging, you're gonna communicate and you're gonna interact with world, with creativity, with fashion, with textiles, with workers, with producers on a very different level. And you will bring this level of respect to everything that is surrounding you. Well, maybe I'm a bit delusional, but I find it the only way to stay human.
I'm agree that creating a community based on ethics it's extremely important because you have a response.
Yeah.
Who chooses you.
Yeah.
Now, coming to you from your perspective. So you have a different perspective. You are not a designer. You are more into research. But from your research, what you can answer also fabric, huh?
So I would like to contribute with all. I agree fully with Alessia. But additionally as well, when you are starting thinking from your sketch, what material you will choose. So of course you need to think about the fibers, what you will use, right?
Fibers. That's very interesting. No, I know.
On fiber level first.
That's very interesting.
Yeah,
Because
that you need to choose and to think how these fibers, how these materials behave in the product. What does your expectations, what durability is expected, what abrasion resistance, because every fiber brings its own. So yeah, and of course, then in the end of your development, you need to think about how in the end this product could be recycled. If it is easy, if it is monofiber, if it is mix, so if it will be easily mechanical separation or it should be chemical separation, and then again.
Keep your suggestion for the next level of our teaching to consider a fiber from mechanical or chemical way of reach. Allora, now to you from your experience and your point of view, the same question. So, which is the most important aspect the designer needs to take in account doing circular design?
To be right in choosing materials or textile or whatever, but I think in this field he is not he should not be alone. As Olesa said as well, the industrialists would offer to designers a priori, that step would be the first one to offer good textile for recycling, good materials for recycling, and probably for some temporary use, but reuse also and reuse. So they should follow the main scheme: production, design, use, reuse.
I'm a little bit the devil here, and I would say that if designers, especially the important, are starting from material, the industry of textile will move. If they don't start from material, because there is always, let's say, a demand, and then an answer to the demand. So I would say that yes, that is my personal opinion that you didn't ask, but it's true. But I'm really think that the designers starting from material are doing a big step forward. So now it's to you. I don't repeat the question because I know that you got it.
Well, I don't know if it's the most important thing, but I think one of the key things maybe is just observation, like because if you're considering like from the start, even in order to choose your fibers, and even when it comes back to your ethics, like all of these things are kind of connected by like starting by observing what's around you and taking like being aware of the people, the materials, like the problems, like all of these things, and slowly kind of start connecting to each other. Because again, in circularity, the idea is to be more local as well, and it's for you to make an impact in your surroundings, and for that you have to be very observant of what system are you existing in, and like what other elements are already there and contributing, and how you can change it. And I think there's a lot of reflection just taking time and observing and studying these different points before being able to then piece them all together as a puzzle, because you can't just like make up circularity. Like you still have to take the time to consider each one of these steps in the fiber choosing, in the ethics, like what's important to you, what's important to your design. Like all these things do take a little bit of time, and it can't just happen overnight either. And it's always like that development as well that's, I think, always led through observation and reflection maybe as well.
Yeah, that's a great point, actually, because, you know, sometimes people imagine designers like dreamy artists who just sit and sketch and do, I don't know, some ephemeral beauty. But actually, it's a huge amount of knowledge which comes and combines in this profession. It's fabric knowledge, from fibers to the physical like behavior of fabric, right? Yes, yes. So it's fibers, fabric, it's cutting, it's patterns, it's construction, it's balance, it's composition, it's color combinations, right? It's sewing. It's everything combined in one. It's personality, it's trends, it's fashion history, it's social aspect. So fashion designer, he's like a multi-talented scientist, actually. If we want to create good fashion, if we want to create high quality products. So if we're talking about sustainable design, your point is just amazing. You have to be observant in all of these fields, not only in sustainability. You have to have in mind that you are a constructor, cutting, like...
Totally agree.
And
I think we are totally agree with
yeah, great.
Jules, you want to add?
Yes. Yes, of course, I also totally agree with you. I think every step is very, very necessary to do it in a proper way. But thinking about the question, I was also thinking that how can you make people care about their garments? Because this is the most important, not for me, it's one of the most important things. If you give more value to your garments, then they will take better care of it. They will bring it to someone to fix it. They will not throw it in the... They will not throw it away very easily. It's gonna... Okay. If you give it more value, then they will take more care of it. So I think this is what I would like to achieve, is when I sell a piece of garment, that they will cherish it for the rest of their lives, that they will feel the emotion. It sounds very hippie, but that they feel the emotion inside of the garment, and that they will gift it someone else if it doesn't fit anymore, just that it lasts a lifetime. And yes, I think this will be my answer.
Thank you. No, it's all the point. And interesting. What I love, or to make the same question to everybody, is like it's really a chore at the end, especially if, you know, as you are people connected on the same topic. It's like a chore, and you say, listen a voice, and then another, and all together they make this sort of chore that I hope is interesting for the students are following us at home. Serge, your turn to say what is the most important, well, I learned a question by memory by now.
So I think most important thing is a responsibility.
Is responsibility.
Yes, for every designer. That think how your garment will be used, how long it will live, and how it will be reused or recycled. Just it's very complicated thing, you know, but we must think it more easily.
Responsibility, yeah. So I'm trying to... Responsibility is very close to aesthetics. Yep. In a way. Observation goes with materials too, because of course you have a general observation when you put yourself on the sketch and say, oh, that has to be a fluid jacket. I have in my mind a fluid jacket, and you start to think what is the fluid fabric. Observation brings you to analyze all the fabrics in a way that she also suggests. And if you are a designer and wants to, you know what's your point, like Jules, and say, my point is to that people get my message, because it's true. She used fashion as a statement. I know her as a, sorry, but and that goes to Eugenius. That you may use fashion to interfere is not a nice word, but I don't know how to use it, to deep the awareness and change into collective awareness, which is what we want to arrive to the acceleration you was talking. So in a way, this chore is very nice feedback, my opinion, to the question. Are we ready for the Q&A? Or we do time for another? At what time do we have the Q&A if we have people answer? Okay. Anna?
So maybe I could read Q&A because it's on my phone, or I can give you my phone.
So
we have 2 questions from the audience.
Yeah, I have other questions, but I didn't know if the Q&A was ready.
Yeah, Q&A is ready. It's launched, and everyone who is watching is able to...
Tell me what I have to do. The other question, or we have to go?
Yeah, we have 2 questions from the audience, so I can give it to you.
Okay.
Please.
Sorry. Indra, sorry, sometimes I don't understand. I'm not the person.
We all do.
Allora, okay, when the industry will be ready for circular fashion? Okay, very quick, each of you, because I think it's nice. Go.
I don't know, actually,
Okay, you
because
don't know.
yeah,
Okay,
industry is too complicated.
You don't know. You.
Yeah, I believe nobody knows. Yeah.
You believe nobody knows?
It's very difficult to say. I wouldn't dare to guess.
Okay.
I'll be very radical and say now. I think like if we don't
I
start
agree
now,
with
then-
you. My voice is now.
I would say once all the rules and the laws are there, we have to be
Very
circular.
good.
So we
Very
have to wait
fair
until we
point.
start.
Fair point. Absolutely. Now that Europe, we all know. So to the anonymous students, so can you? We can answer. Serge, can you also say your?
I think it's a very changeable question because in one side we have creativity, in other side we have consumers, and it depends.
Okay, so lots of us, of you, are more like depending, difficult, tomorrow, who knows. 2 of us are saying now, and the third, Jules, suggests that, which is very fair, in my opinion, when the rules, the law, and we know that the European Community is issuing some very strict rules, because by the 2030, all the big companies should have the digital passport. Probably won't be digital, but they
But does it solve the problem?
Yeah, but
will it change the industry, the whole industry?
Yeah.
Like regulations are good, but to change the whole industry, it's like pop culture.
Actually,
and anti-pop.
here I am agree, but not agree, because I have to say that, for instance, I suggest to you to look that Zara, for instance, is already labeling. I'm not saying that Zara is good. I'm just saying that Zara has to follow the law more than others because they keep an eye on her. They already put on the labels this little label that teach to the client how to throw the textile, which is very important because we know that in Europe we don't treat our waste in the proper way. We throw it everywhere, so it's very difficult to recycle. If we put it in the correct bins, at least we have it all in a place and we can work on recyclability process in a better way. So I think that law are really making a little bit, because they are obliged, otherwise they'll be fined, but I think that much worse than fine is the loss of credibility with the clients, with the community. So they are very afraid about that. So to you, we'll answer difficult, but we are on the way. So to the other one, Beata, what happens when a customer eco-awareness hits the barrier of price? Fair. How can a designer create ethically without financially excluding the average consumer? Very good question. Who wants to answer first? Go.
I can take it.
Go.
I think obviously it's difficult because a lot of it is still very small scaled and very experimentative. So obviously at the moment it's difficult to make it accessible, but I think a lot of people are actively trying to make it more and more accessible. to make it accessible. So I think,
Accessible.
so for the moment, it's not quite accessible yet because it's all really small scale. But the more people want to participate in it, the more people want to design within that circularity, regenerative, by design, whatever aspect of sustainability it is, it's going to grow bigger. And with that is going to come more accessibility as well. But it kind of needs to spread almost before, because it's also a matter of consumer priority. Because again, like it comes back to that consumer issue that you're making this sustainable fashion less accessible because these unsustainable options are more accessible at the moment. But even in these small changes, like saying like all these secondhand shops, Vinted, all of that, you do have accessible pricing as well. So it's from learning more skills, it's from these first steps of secondhand that slowly you're going to build more accessibility, but it is definitely like a very slow process.
I agree. I can hear you, but I don't know if...
Okay, so I think the issue is that consumers, all of us, are highly damaged by fast fashion pricing. Because now we think it's the baseline, what clothes should cost. And it never was this before, because if you want quality, you always had to pay. You saved your money, you was dreaming about these boots for like 5 years, then buy them and have them for 20 years. Now we have the picture of having something, call it valuable, because marketing targeted as a valuable, right? In cheap prices, and it's not true. And I think sustainable designers and small creators will never compete with fast fashion because the categories and the amount of production is just enormous. So we don't have to push sustainable designers towards the lower prices. We have to educate the consumers that quality costs, and that's it.
Not only, but you know that the fast fashion makes people uniformized, yeah?
Absolutely.
And that is not the wish of everybody. Actually, I see a very special trend to individualize yourself. You pay more attention to your self-expression than for fashion trends. And that also changes our mind, and recycled or second-hand or reused garments can totally fit your personal ideas about yourself.
I would like also to add my answer to the lady, because she talks about client, eco-awareness, and price. I would like to separate. So by now, a designer who's practicing, let's call it eco-design, or totally sustainable, let's call it sustainable fashion, is pricely. Why? Because the fabric are costing and his quantity are small, especially if he makes on order. So it doesn't have any weapons to do it. But I would say that if the main street industry, I'm talking of Zara, for instance, or other brands like that, are going through a better awareness, why not? They can produce sustainable garments at a fair price. And I think that, I make an example. I wear a Uniqlo t-shirt. I thought a lot before to buy it, and I bought it 1 week ago. They say that the fabric is organic, cotton, is done in Bangladesh, and I know that Bangladesh is a social risk, but with Uniqlo usually they have audit. They had all the labels inside, so actually I reasonably thought that was a sort of buy that I could do with my idea of being ethically sustainable in fashion. So the answer is double. Today, in my opinion, a designer cannot sell his pieces at a price that is the same of the mainstream. It has to be at least triple, if not 4 times. So, I mean, if you buy something at 50 in Zara, Jules should sell you or you at 250, if not 300, for sure. But if you want to start to do little by little some conscious buying, I think that there is a way to move also to buy a t-shirt that is, I'm not saying a big piece of design. This is my opinion. Yours?
Yeah, it's actually, it depends, right? How to, as I was showing in my presentation, that there is cost for item and cost per use.
Yeah.
How many times you will wear it. So if you will buy fast fashion, fast fashion article, it will, I believe, it will not have as good quality as the item, which is, yes, it's expensive, but it will have higher durability, longer lifetime. And as well, when, for example, you are visiting shopping malls and you see when people are going with 5 bags full of lots of things, right?
Acrylic sweaters.
Yeah. And then if we change our mind and buy one article that you really need, right? And only one, but good quality. And you will go out of the store like winner, not a loser.
So you also think that it's possible to buy at a fair price?
Yes.
Okay. You answered. Jules?
I really, how can I don't agree with the Uniqlo and the Zara thing at all.
I know. She's pointing. What are you wearing?
No, I'm not pointing.
Oh, everybody's free.
Yes, but of course, I can imagine that it cannot be easy if you want to buy your children a t-shirt and you want to be sustainable and they ask like 50 euros for one t-shirt. It's not, I can imagine that it can be very difficult. But I completely agree with the fast fashion. Like a t-shirt, I would really like every single person on the planet to make one t-shirt. And then they can understand again how much time it takes. It's impossible to make a t-shirt for 4 euros. And I think
Aspetta, però, Jules, sorry. Now I interrupt, sorry. No, because I work in mainstream. I mean, when you go and you pass 20,000 pieces, you may have a good cost. But believe me, if you, Jules, go to the producer behind your house and you ask to make you a t-shirt, of course, he will ask you 10 euros, okay? If you pass 10,000 pieces, probably you pay, I don't know now, but once you paid 90 cents. Now probably 2 euros. I mean, don't assume that everything is big is wrong, because otherwise we really put ourselves in a tunnel. I think that otherwise nothing will be democratic. You understand? Nothing. We never have the possibility to give to everybody the possibility to dress and following an awareness about fabric, this and that. So, sorry if I answer direct to you. We have this fight all the time at school.
Yes. I just want to say that I think it's very important that people understand the value of a piece of clothing.
I agree.
That it's not something so easily to access.
Yes, but with observation, she said before, very strong observation of everything. You may also in that arrive maybe to awareness, no? What do you think, Serge, about the question of Beata? Basically, she asked, can you buy sustainable fashion at a fair price? Basically, this is the question, very simplified.
You know, every price has a backstage. The amount of backstages depends where it's made. If I'm buying or made in Italy or made by Serge Ganjumet. That's the point. So, because if it's made in Italy, I know that it's made, it's good is made with the right things, right fabric, right right workers made it, right tailor, and with a good design and with good fitting. But when it comes with 10 euros or 5 euros, so made in China or maybe Pakistan or maybe Vietnam, it's going with the standard fitting, with the standard things. There is no design.
Okay.
I'll just bounce back off because I think there's a bit of nuance as well between saying, of course, some pieces who are going to be like designer made in terms of design, of course, that has a completely different cost. And as you were saying, like, of course, when something's upscale, and as you pointed out, Serge, that there's not necessarily like a specific like design process in remaking a white t-shirt, but I also agree with Jules in the fact that there is a cost in making even that white t-shirt that often is really undervalued. And it's also important to know, like kind of what you were pointing about is where it comes from and what
I make you a counter question. Okay, if Bangladesh, where textile industry is very important, is a pillar, and lots of people coming from the countries where they are basically suffering in extreme poverty. I'm not saying, please don't, I'm going public with things that are more, but if you decide to destroy because of, I'm not saying, because of, also, I don't want to create a contra-prejudice. You understand that everything is done in Bangladesh or in Pakistan or in Vietnam or all those countries, or in Ethiopia or now also in Kenya. I mean, there are lots of countries where some low-cost production has been made, and we all know that are terrible. But not all of them. That I'm saying, we cannot destroy with the contra-prejudice the industry of those countries that are based on textile. We should.
But it's about reshaping, because it goes
reshaping.
It goes back to what Jules was saying at the beginning of you actually need to implement more laws and more regulation.
Yeah,
like that's the real problem. The problem isn't so much the work that's happening in whichever country; it's the conditions under which they're happening. Because I mean, we're fortunate enough that in the European Union, you've got quite a bit of regulations that, and still there's a lot of things happening that aren't really regulated, or like there's still issues within a system, but it's just saying that like you have to reshape that system and you have to reshape those working conditions. And if you do reshape those working conditions, even that white t-shirt isn't going to be €2 because you still have people sewing it, you still have people operating.
No, but I got the point, absolutely. What I'm saying, I got the point. What I'm saying is that I really wouldn't create a contra-prejudice for which everything is coming from Vietnam, China, Bangladesh, especially Bangladesh or Pakistan, where I know that people is living on that industry. So probably what would be something we should work for, even as clients, is that brands that are producing in those countries has probably a way to show, because we know we should arrive to the transparency very soon, that is fair work, because there are also certification about fair work. I don't remember, but there are certifications. So probably we clients should search in a t-shirt not only organic cotton made in Bangladesh, the certification of the fair work, because otherwise we risk to, this is my opinion, really very, and I really feel it, we risk to create a prejudice on countries where really this industry, textile industry, has a long story. And a social importance, economically. Sorry, I was very passionate about that because.
But I think it's about making those choices from a consumer point of view and from a designer point of view. Because as a designer, it goes back to that responsibility of saying, okay, who am I choosing to manufacture with or produce with? And there's that responsibility starts there. And then as a consumer, like there's less. In terms of a big issue in the industry is just transparency. So there's less that you can check. And obviously certain certifications allow you to know a certain amount of how it was produced. But that responsibility, it's more about responsibility and choices than it is so much about where it's produced, because it's more about how it's produced.
Yeah, and
this is a very good point. You made me also think. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, even if we observe production, for example, in China, there are so many textile manufacturers that they have level of quality.
Absolutely.
Right? A lot of like trashy manufacturers, a lot of high fashion manufacturers. So if we speaking and seeking good price, high fashion manufacturers won't sew and create your clothes for cents. It's gonna cost because they pay for certification.
Absolutely.
They pay for equipment, they pay for workers, they pay for safety. Everything adds to the garment. So even if you want to buy something mass-produced, good quality item still gonna cost you more than
No, but I'm agree with this. I
But
just want
you
to
definitely can find, yeah, and I like to notice that there is no universal evil, like, you know, fast fashion, throw it away, burn it to the ground. No, you can find good garments, you can find certified garments, you can find good manufacturers, and it's okay to maintain this as industry, but it has to be responsible, again, as Serge said, right? Somebody is paying for your €5 shirt. Somebody, somewhere, somehow is paying for it.
And still
so
pay.
for maybe to Beata. Sorry, who was speaking?
And still pay.
No, to Beate we can answer after a long discussion between us. That probably, yes, you can find also now, I mean, big designer, we are for sure, no, won't ever be cheap. But probably cheap is not the correct, because cheap stays for, you know, undervalue. So probably you can buy at a fair price, even now, some basic pieces of, I mean, a certain amount of awareness about fabric and social working and
Workmanship.
distribution, no, because of, so yeah, already now you can buy some basic pieces at a fair price. Designer would never, probably, even because you have to pay the designer. We always forget that the cost of creativity is not a secondary cost.
Absolutely.
As a value, also creativity as a value.
It's also the fair price of the design.
Exactly. Okay, so I think we answered. We don't have any more. Okay, so finished. Okay. No, it was very interesting. No, it was very interesting.
Gwenda, I would like to give you an example. Very few steps from here, there is a shop where safari jacket costs €3,000. 3,000 in Lithuania. Would you imagine some Italian people walking like that and just buying for 3,000 the jacket safari? Simply like that. You spoke about fair price. Is it a fair price, 3,000 for safari jacket?
I don't understand the question. To me, I don't know who is safari.
Safari is like, you know, safari
style. It's a style.
It's a style.
It's style, not as a brand.
Yeah.
I thought it was
safari style jacket.
But if it's a good, why not?
€3,000.
If it's a
is it a fair price?
It depends what are you searching for. It depends what are you searching.
Voila. So I had an idea to ask, what does it mean, fair price?
I mean, how she intend fair price? She intend, because if I read the question,
but I think we're
barrier of the price.
Yeah, I think she was talking about
accessibility than fair. Even a jacket.
The average consumer. So, aspetta, if I read all the question, she said two words that are, in my opinion, illuminating. Barrier of price. So she see a barrier at a certain point, a psychological barrier, and a second, average consumer. So I think someone said this during today, that fast fashion, maybe you, fast fashion taught us to buy at a certain, I mean, taught us to say, oh, a jacket at 50, a t-shirt at 10, a pair of denim at 29. I mean, fast fashion has some prices that are sculptured in our mind.
Yeah.
So probably she's meaning this. She's meaning this kind of segment of pricing. If you ask me, I don't think 300 for a jacket are a lot, but not because I buy a jacket for 300, but I know that the cost of a good quality garment. So no, it's not a very good price. The answer is, oh, yeah, linen, very good.
I remember one quite successful advertising company from H&M. It was maybe 20 years ago when Karl Lagerfeld created collection for H&M. That was a very big and great marketing step for H&M. And they're rising with the prices, with the successfulity. And when in ads, when one customer asked Lagerfeld, Mr. Lagerfeld, that it's very cheap, that you are creating collection for H&M. It's very cheap, just for 10 euro. Yes, everybody wants to have piece of Lagerfeld for 10 euros. And if you are cheap, nothing helps.
Yeah, probably the concept of cheap is really something we have to forget if you want to accelerate. Cheap is not going with responsibility, accuracy, ethic, correct choice of material.
It's not always the price, you know.
Cheap is an awful, because it's awful in any case, because then also humans can be cheap. The cost of humans can be cheaper, and it's a very awful way of thinking, in my opinion.
Certo.
You know, I think higher price, is a natural barrier for impulsive shopping. If something costs, you won't buy it like impulsively.
Yeah.
So the sustainability is already coded. You won't buy it like straight away.
The point is that fashion became, in the last, I would say, 30 years, such a piece of consume. I mean, was like, you know, a disposable.
Yeah.
That's the point. What was fashion made was...
The fact that we have not only fast fashion, but ultra fast fashion appeared in our lives with items for 1, 2, 3 euros. Seriously? Like, what are you, how are you even producing them? Like, this appearing of such kind of, I don't know how to call it even. Like
this price including transportation. That's what all
exactly.
the supply chain.
How? Like, so yeah, I think we're with pricings and value, we have to understand that value and price are not the same thing, first of all. And we went, I think, too far. So if you want to afford something sustainable and you don't have money, go shop secondhand. That's it.
I have something to add to this. I wanted to add it, and now you made the opening. But I really think we have to kind of protect the second-hand market, because I get so frustrated right now when I go to second-hand market. We have Porta Portese in Rome, which is a huge old market. And when you go to these markets, flea markets now, you can find Zara, you can find H&M, which is already crazy. But the second point that I wanted to make about this is that when you go to secondhand stores right now, there's already marketing there. It's not secondhand anymore. You can see that I really believe that they are making more stock so they can fill the second-hand.
Absolutely, for sure.
The prices are rising like crazy.
Yeah.
And this is why it's not affordable anymore.
Yeah.
When I was young, I used to go to the second-hand shop, and I knew that I was not going to spend a lot of money. And this was the nice thing. But right now, since it's a trend, it's all became so very expensive. And I think we should really regulate this. I think it's important.
Yeah.
And something I think is like really corresponds to both of what you were saying is that trend factor, because like that's also, if you look at like a longer time ago in a pre-globalized industry, is the fact that people were saving up their money to buy one item that they kept for longer. and trends have always been a thing, but now, I mean, like, it's that, I think there's a statistic that says like every 3 weeks, those massive fashion brands are like changing their whole stock. And I'm like, of course it becomes, it seems really expensive to have to buy a whole new wardrobe like every 3 weeks if you want to keep up with the trends. But when trends that are like evolving so quickly, that then you have that issue then in the secondhand shops, and it just goes back to that consumer like system that's been built that's so intense that then those prices seem even more expensive than what they could be, because you're having to buy constantly if you want to keep up with the fashion of it. Whereas like if your fashion was slower, you'd buy less of it because there's not necessarily that pressure, that social pressure that I think a lot of people would experience of thinking, oh, I need to keep up with the trends and with the movement. And that also makes it more expensive and less accessible. But if fashion is slower, then it becomes more accessible, and maybe not because maybe it's more costly, but you're buying less and you're spending less on a constant basis.
I make you a question now. And what do you think will be if we slow down, if we go to the slow model, which I think it's necessary? What do you think will be the cost for the fashion industry?
I can't, let's say, predict the cost.
No, I mean,
but I think in
your
general,
idea, your opinion.
But in general, I think there's that element that the industry is always going to respond, like it's always going to adapt. And even if it's in a way that we haven't anticipated yet, there will be jobs, and there will be, like, it's not that because we slow down, suddenly we won't have jobs anymore. And again, if you look at a pre-globalized, let's say, lifestyle, you used to have a lot more smaller shops, a lot more people who were like, you had people who mended, like there was already a whole economy. People had jobs. It's not that suddenly we made the industry faster and had so many more jobs. I think it's that appearance that like, oh, we're going to lose all these jobs, or, oh, this opened up all these jobs, but what are the jobs costing? Because if you're thinking of kind of coming back to that, like €2 t-shirt, if it's costing someone being exploited, then is it really a job? Or if you were to slow down and give proper jobs, proper opportunities, and there'd probably be new jobs that comes with an industry that's adapting and shifting as well.
I noticed I don't know, recently, I just moved from central Rome to, how do you say, countryside, and I noticed there's plenty of shops repairing, like sartoria, creative, and I was saying, oh, wonderful, because in Rome it's so complicated to find someone who's doing the ham or whatever. And instead, now because they are promoting themselves, like creative, tailoring, repairing, creative. And I thought, that's fantastic. I'm plenty of things that, and probably that's respond to you. Maybe some of those people were working maybe in fashion, and then they're going back and they're opening all small businesses that are mirroring what they did, but in a different way.
But it kind of comes back to, if you're buying a pair of shoes now, it's cheaper than getting it repaired if you have like an issue with your shoe. But like if it was accessible to get your shoes repaired, because you don't have to, let's say, just the easier option isn't to buy a new pair of shoes for €20, then you would support also a local craftsman that's able to repair your shoes. Like it's kind of just a slightly different system, but it's still a system. It's still an economy.
Yeah. So the point is that there won't be a cost because the system will simply change the weight of is interesting.
Let's be real. The real danger for the jobs of humanity is more AI than slower fashion, right? Because it's like much more easily replaceable, right?
Yeah.
So I think if we all slow the fashion down, industries reorganize, and I think that they will shift from quantity to quality. So they keep the same amount of workers, but working not so fast, working better, making better quality garments. So they're still working. We're paying for better quality products, hopefully. And everything works just in a bit different way. Who is gonna suffer? The big bosses who are now taking all the profit. They're probably gonna suffer.
But
That's why they don't want to for
saying
fashion to slow down.
with
It's
Serge,
yeah, it's not the
that
work.
probably we all have in fashion to go slow.
Yeah.
Also come si dice, the aspettative, the expectation.
But I think even that thing with AI, it's good to mention because as much as like, yes, it's a tool that has plenty of potential. It's like, do we really need it? We already know how to do everything it is doing. We're just kind of using it more to make it go faster. And it's kind of like, even if you start using it for, I don't know, quality control, sure, I'm sure AI can do quality control, but like, what's the point? Like, we have people who know how to do quality control. We have people, it's like, if you're starting to replace...
For cost.
Yeah, exactly. But it's always that acceleration of like, in terms of profit, but it's always that 1% who's profiting. So even if the 1% suffers, it's like, okay, it suffers. Like they take a hit, but like, what does that even represent? Because replacing, for instance, a print designer, because you can generate an AI print, like we had people who can do that.
And they sell it as a progress. They sell it as a better way of doing things, of building the future. It's the more effective way. And then the question is, what humans gonna do? Like literally, what we all gonna do?
In fact, I was very scared with the first. I was talking with Jules, the first intervention. Say, oh yeah, AI this can do that, can do this, can do that. I was thinking, yeah, of course, they will tell to the designers what to do. Draw this with this, then, which is awful. It's the opposite of fashion. Fashion is really creativity and artistic.
I think we're losing humanity, actually, you know. Because humanity is always connected to crafts, to art, to imagination, to personality.
But we build up AI with us.
I don't think it's gonna learn this good. I don't think it's gonna be this good. Like, it's gonna be maybe easier to control, easier to like have results, average results. But talking about true or genius or innovative.
No, I don't think you will.
No.
But don't forget that machines is learning, you know. Yeah. It's what is unbelievable today. It's can be.
Somebody said today, AI can't replace feelings. At least
can replace
feelings, our feelings, emotions. So it can improve, but I think it never gonna be able to create emotion.
That can create emotion. There's not feeling, but can create emotion.
Bye-bye.
Okay. Mimic,
let's
maybe.
say that fashion is
summary,
ended.
yeah.
Next summit will be about AI. But next year.
I'm not coming.
The planner says finish.
But next time there will be robots, not us. Yeah, they will discuss the fashion. Okay.
6 laptops.
Yes.
Talking. I agree with you.
They have no emotions. They have no emotions, robots. It's okay.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, everybody.
And photo, the last moment.
For
our photo.
Photos together.
Wait.